You said this place couldn't break you. That's what she said. Let's see.
You're so strong. You're so strong. Just no. I know. It's all just a dream.
What if all this was designed just to see how we react?
What if this place is trying to torture me?
What if the people these monsters are killing, what if they're all in on it?
What if this is all some kind of fucked up experiment?
What if the answers are out there? Maybe we just didn't go out far enough.
A bus pulls into the town. We have new people who are really, really scared.
We got this one,
Mario.
Christy's fiance. We got Elgin.
He starts seeing dreams and stuff.
The house falls down.
Marielle, Christy, kiss, haircut.
Gets possessed by some dimension of the town.
Then you've got Boyd in a chamber.
Boyd has to get out of the chamber. He meets Martin. Martin gives him worms.
Found out Sarah took my dad's life.
Everyone hates Sarah.
Then Tabitha is trapped in the tunnels.
Victor helped Tabitha escape from the tunnels.
Tabitha's having visions of ghost children that are taken somewhere. Jade's having visions of a symbol.
And he's trying to figure out what the symbol is.
Randall and I just fight, and then he ties me to a tree.
He actually starts to see a ballerina. Who knows why?
And then this music box puts everybody to sleep, which is supposed to, but then when they go to sleep, now they're getting tortured. It's like a nightmare that never ends.
We are kidnapped, us and Marielle.
Yes.
What is this place? Is it a simulation? Is it an experiment?
Then what happens?
Pregnant.
Pregnant.
We get married.
Oh, yeah.
And his wife shows up and he has to deal with her again. But eventually he gets rid of his wife. He gets rid of the worms.
Gives them to the monster, kills Smiley, gives me a blood transfusion.
I tell Boyd he has to break the music box.
He destroys the music box.
People wake up.
And he saves the town. But not really.
Little boy pushed me and then I end up in the hospital.
Boom, boom, boom.
People are
But the fight isn't over until they're all dead. Or we are.
How are you still alive? They wanted me to watch.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, fellows of all ages, welcome to Fromville Friday. And boy, this is a very great Friday indeed, as we have just gotten a plethora, a dang gold mine of all new footage in this recent, very suspiciously released from season 3 promo, which we're still not seeing on any of their socials, or at least as of a few hours ago. I haven't checked recently. But tonight we are going to dive into it nonetheless. Now, I don't know how much of the whole audio I'm going to play, just in case MGM doesn't really want it released yet. But we can definitely look at the stills 100%. I took shots of every single new scene in that trailer. Every single new scene that we haven't seen in previous trailers, that is. And we're going to dive into it. We are going to dive into it because I know I have a lot of theories and questions, just like I know a lot of you do as well. And to help me break this down tonight, I am joined by Julie B. Deep Dives. What is up, Julie? Welcome.
Hi, I'm so psyched to be here. My God, what an exciting week. Holy shit. My brain is just going to explode with all the, the new information dumped on us. It's kind of like peeking at your Christmas presents a little bit before Christmas.
It does feel a little bit like that, doesn't it? Like you're sneaking down the stairs and looking under the tree and trying to see what's in the box before you open it the next morning. It does kind of have that feeling, that forbidden feeling, almost, considering the circumstances under which it was released. Yeah. It's going to be a fun one. I think this is going to be a fun one. We got, a gold mine of new information. Some of it's kind of spoilery, actually, and some of it actually confirms a few theories that we've had. And a few of the other scenes only open more questions. And that is exactly when From is hitting at its best. And I do think that is in a nutshell what season 3 is going to be as a whole. We're going to get some really good definitive answers to some things, but we're also going to get some new questions as well. So that's a perfect mix. I'm ready for it. I am ready for it.
It's about time, we need some answers, but the overall mystery, I want that to stay, completely covered up until the end. I want to be surprised. I want to be, I hope actually that I'm wrong and everyone's wrong, and it's something that no one has even thought of in the end. That would be
the best bet. That would be the best bet. I mean, there's been so many awesome theories as to what is going on here. You start to think at some point the law of probability is probably going to be pretty positive that at least somebody's going to guess right. But I would love if it was similar to how Lost played out, where even though there are millions of theories out there, the ending was something nobody saw coming. That would be the ideal ending. But either way, as long as it's a good story, which it has been up until this point, I will be happy. And I do see people in the chat asking, where is the trailer? That is the good question. We got this sent to us. I found it on a undisclosed, unofficial Facebook page. And it was also sent to us in our Discord as well. But the origin of this trailer is incredibly mysterious. That's why I don't want to play the whole thing in full, just in case it's something MGM doesn't want out yet. But I can give you guys a little teaser of it. I can definitely give you guys a little teaser of it, like this.
People. And a few of our most beloved characters are not going to make it out of season 3.
You can't save them all.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ah!
Season 3 is when things really explode.
I'm sorry, when that crow crashes through the window, I think that's fucking hilarious. That's hilarious.
Chaos is ensuing to the highest order in season 3, and I absolutely love that. And honestly, that was, still to this day, my favorite episode is not always going to be, but up until now anyway, season 1, episode 7, the Colony House Massacre. Not only because the Colony House Massacre, which was cool in and of itself, but it's the Father Cautry death scene at the end of that episode that really just drives that episode home and has made it my personal favorite. But I feel like from the TV series as a whole, that episode is the perfect kind of setting as to showcase when this show is firing on all cylinders. You have the intrigue, the mystery, the horror, the chaos going on of these things getting inside Colony House and wondering who's going to make it out, who won't. And then tie it all together with just one of the most poignant and emotional and well-acted scenes that I've ever seen on cinema, period. That is the pinnacle of From, in my opinion. And it almost looks like every episode in season 3 is going to be a dang Colony House Massacre based on what we're seeing here. And we know we are at least going to lose not one, but at least we are going to lose 2 characters this season. At least 2. So I'm pumped. I am freaking pumped.
Yeah, that quote where he said a few. We're gonna lose a few, like that's just mind-blowing. Okay, that means that sounds like not just 2, even that means maybe even 3,
maybe even more.
Like that's what that means.
Yeah. I'm thinking it'll be 2 at minimum, but like you said, it could be 3, it could be 4. Who knows how many it could be at the end of the day? It looks like this is going to be their craziest season yet, and by all accounts, their scariest season yet, which is very intriguing because season 1 was legit horror done right. Like, it was classic horror done as well as you could ever see it done. And based on what we're hearing from some of these actors that are on the show, season 3 gave some of them nightmares, apparently. Like, there's a lot of scary stuff coming up in season 3, according to them. So I'm looking forward to it. Again, I think From is at its best when it's playing to its horror roots. I love the supernatural aspect of it too, but the horror roots are when this show kind of really, really shines. But yeah, it's great. But we're going to dive into all of that tonight right here on the channel. But first, we got to say what is up to each and every one of you guys in the chat. So let me scroll up here. And of course, I also wanted to congratulate Julie B for putting out her first video over on her channel. And it has been doing gangbusters in terms of views. What's it up to now?
Oh, shit. The last I checked, I think it was like 2.2K views or
wow.
something. Yeah.
Wow.
It's
insane. That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. You're coming out of the gate swinging, and your hard work is paying off. That is so cool to see. And a big thank you, a huge shout out to everybody who has been supporting her channel. It seems like you had at least 30 people in there for the premiere of that video, which was so awesome. So many of these familiar faces that we see every week. And can't thank everybody enough for the support that you guys have shown, not only us, but Julie as well. And yeah, I mean, how's it feel getting your first video out? I mean, I imagine you're getting to the point where it's starting to feel addicting to start making videos.
Oh, I'm already there. You have no idea. Like I am like that lit a fire under me. I like the first thing I did when I got up today was start working on my next theory script, and like just you know, the pace. I've picked up the pace so much. You won't see me waiting 2 weeks dawdling around like obsessing over one video again like I did the last 2 weeks. Like I just have this burst of, I don't know, this inspiration now. Like it is addictive.
Yeah.
And
it's like you feel this burst of creativity that kind of just starts flowing through you. And that's why I always suggest to anyone that's ever planning on starting a channel, whether it's From related or something else, definitely reach out to me, because I will do as much as I can to kind of send some subs your way, or give you some pointers, anything. I'm no expert by any means, don't get me wrong, but I love seeing people come from the chat to starting their own channels and really diving deep. We had Scarlett and Dana kind of paved the way doing that last year. Now you're doing it with Soph. So yeah, if there's ever anybody out there that is planning on starting a channel, don't hesitate to hit me up. I will help in any way I possibly can, because I love seeing this fandom grow and having more places to hang out, having more places to talk about the show within our little budding Fromville community here is a good thing, in my opinion. And as BK says, up to 2.4 thousand views and 210 likes. Hell yes, that is a hell of a first start.
Oh my God.
That is the first start. I love it.
And I
love it.
I picked up 100 subs between the time I released that video and now. I 100 subs.
That's awesome.
My mind is blown. And honestly, like what you were saying about how people showed up, that just blew me away. I didn't realize that you should like stagger the premiere, like schedule it a half an hour after or something like that. So I just hit instant premiere, and nobody knew it was coming. There was no advance notice, so I didn't expect anybody to show up. I almost didn't even check it. And then I went over there and I'm like, oh my God, people just came out of the woodwork. I couldn't believe it. It was surreal. In the middle of a weekday, I was really touched that so many people came and supported my video and supported me and including you. Like it just really, it meant so much. It meant the world to me. I was really nervous about releasing that. And
it's always nervous for releasing your first ever video. I remember having that same feeling as well. It's like, are people gonna like it? Are people gonna like my take on this? Yada yada. Those things, that's just natural. But once you get it out there and it's out there for the public to consume, you start to become way more comfortable at it. And I do think streaming helps in that regard as well. Just getting more and more comfortable talking to the chat, hanging out with people, talking from. It's all good experience in the long run. But no, I'm so proud. I'm super happy for you. And if anybody has not already subscribed to Julie's channel, the link is in the description. But yeah, let us say what is up to this chat so we can dive into this stuff. I see a lot of people are calling for this new trailer, and I'm going to play some pieces of it here and there. But first, let's say what up to you guys. We got Dieter in the house. What is up, Dieter? Good to see you as well, my friend. We got Kiwi Skirt in the building. What is up, Kiwi Skirt? We got Ando in the house. What is up, Ando? Welcome, welcome. We got Susan in the house as well. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got Wayne's Fishing in the building. What is up, Wayne? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Got Cinnamon Sweets in the house. Much love to the Fromily. Hell yes. Much love to all of the Fromily. We got Xavier in the building as well. What is up, Xavier? We got BK in the house. What is up, BK? We got Larry in the building. What is up, Larry? I see Golden Child is up in the house as well. What is up, Golden Child? I see Illegal Mods. I see Wolf Spear. Everybody's out here tonight. Awesome to see you guys. So awesome to see you all. What is up, Joel? Good to see you as well. Let me scroll down a little bit. I see the Man in Black is here. Is that Johnny Cash himself? The Man in Black. I don't want to mess with the Man in Black. Big Johnny Cash fan myself. So if that's a wink and a nod to him, then great. We got Chocolate Beauty in the house. What is up, Chocolate Beauty? Always good to see you, my friend. We got the Grumble Door in the building as well. What is up, Grumble Door? Hell yes. Hell yes. I see B. Ann in the house as well. The wonderful Leah Bradley in the building. Hey, Fromily, I feel like I'm visiting house to house. That's what it's about. That is what it's about. And that's what's so fun about having so many places to kind of hang out and dive into Fromville, whether it's here, other channels, other Discords. We have really been growing as a fandom from season 2 to season 3 now getting here. And it's just been so awesome to see. I can't, everybody who's been out there shouting about the show, introducing your friends, your family, your coworkers to it, it's paying off. It looks like it is definitely paying off because this fandom is getting bigger and bigger. I love it. I love to see it. I see my boy Snug in the house as well. What is up, Snug? Good to see you, my friend. Who's in my room is in the building. Been waiting to talk about the behind the scenes video. Hell yes. Well, this is definitely one of the places to do it. And as Andrew points out, guys, we are just 9 days away now. 9 friggin' days away. Like, holy hell, it's almost here. I can practically see it. I mean, I can smell it. I can smell the rotting food from Fromville from here. It's glorious.
It's unreal to me. Like, some people say that it feels like it's taking so long. I don't feel that at all. I feel like it's coming so fast. Maybe it's because I'm trying to start my channel, and like, there's a lot that I want to do before it starts.
Before it gets here, yeah. Well, you have an interesting perspective than the rest of us. We've been, season 2 for us ended a year and a half ago.
Yes.
You just got into it, a few months ago. So I imagine it's kind of coming super fast from your perspective because you just watched season 1 and 2. You're deep diving into the show. You're caught up with the rest of us by now. And boom, here we go. Season 3 is already here. So I imagine it's probably moving at a much faster rate for you because, you didn't have to wait for the hiatus like we did. But for me, yeah, man, it feels like it's been forever. I am ready for it to get here. Come on, from season 3, bring it. Absolutely bring it. I love it.
Yeah.
We got a member chat from Susan. Thank you so much, Susan. Thanks, peeps. Love you all. We love all of you guys as well, and I thank everybody for all of the support. You guys have been absolute freaking rock stars in the chat, and keep it up. I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of you. And we also have Jennifer Grover for $5. Thank you so much, Jennifer Grover. Hi, Jeremy. Hi, panel and chat. Love XO. Well, XO to you as well, Jennifer Grover. I hope you are doing well, my friend. Always good to see my friends popping into the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I see the chat. You guys are calling for the woe, so you guys are going to get the woe. Much quieter woe these days. I know the woe was a little too loud during season 2, so we got a much quieter woe these days. Much more bearable, I would say. Let's see who else we got in here. I see Chicago Gaming. I see Dr. Deb. I see Nick L. Welcome, everybody. Let me jump down to the bottom here. If I miss anybody, it is not on purpose, but this thing always tends to jump on you. Julie, you will definitely get used to that once you start using StreamYard a little bit more. It can be problematic sometimes. We got Jennifer Haley in the house. What is up, Jennifer? What new trailer? Yeah, and that's what we've been talking about. It is in our Discord, so if anyone does want to watch the trailer in its entirety, it is in my Fromville Discord channel under the season 3 channel. But again, I have some clips of it. I'm going to be playing the clips of it throughout the night, and it'll definitely give you guys a gist of what is in there. It's a very interesting mix of new footage and some behind-the-scenes interviews where you can hear some of the cast and crew talking a little bit about what we can expect in season 3, and it's kind of intercut with some new and reused footage that we've already seen in previous trailers, but a lot of it is new footage that we haven't seen before. And just to give you a little taste, I'll play another quick one. Actually, let's just dive into it, shall we? We'll start with this one because this is one of the ones that was most intriguing for me. Now, pay very close attention to the voice that you guys hear in this clip. You won't see who's saying it, but the voice may just sound familiar to you.
It's getting pretty cold outside. It's never snowed here before.
We think we know what's going on, but we just keep getting new rules. The snow is just a completely new rule.
What the fans will appreciate this season is that we are getting real answers that matter.
I believe that the reason I was sent here was to find you. We're gonna get a lot of answers and we're gonna get a lot of questions.
Oof. A mix of both. We're going to get a lot of answers and a lot of questions. But one of the first things that jumped out to me in that little snippet of this new trailer behind the scenes is the very first line we hear from someone saying it's getting colder outside. And boy, does that voice sound an awful lot like Father Kotri. Almost exactly like Father Kotri, actually. And I even went back to check. I mean, I played some Father Kotri scenes right next to this audio, and it is pretty close. I'm pretty sure that line is coming from Father Kotri, which we had a pretty good idea that Father Kotri was going to be in season 3 based on some of the leaks that were coming out during the season 2 filming. We know Sean Majumder was up in Nova Scotia. We know he was on the From set, and we know that not only was he on the set, but he was on the set in his Father Kotri costume with the collar and all. So it looks like we might have another cameo from Father Kotri in season 3, probably similar to the ones we got in season 2 where he appears to Boyd in times of need. And based on where Boyd's storyline is going in particular, where it really seems like this is going to be a stressful season for him, probably the most stressful of all, both physically and mentally, as the monsters are seemingly trying to break his spirit. You know, we hear that the monsters have taken his challenge as just that. They've taken it as a personal challenge when Boyd says, "You don't break me," at the end of season 2. So
I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah, it would
that as a challenge. It's challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted, exactly. And we even hear the smiley, not the smiley. We hear the cowboy monster say, "He said this place couldn't break you. Let's see." And yeah, I mean, that's going to be a horrific scene in that barn, I have a feeling. But it would make perfect sense for Boyd to start seeing Father Kotri now under all of these circumstances, considering Boyd is going to be put through the ringer in season 3 with these things continuing to trying to break him. So it would I could totally understand Boyd's subconscious kind of manifesting Kotri again, or even Fromville sending Father Kotri to Boyd to screw with him again. It seems like when Boyd was in times of need in season 2, when he was struggling with a decision in season 2, those were the 2 times where Father Kotri kind of popped up. And that's usually what Father Kotri, that was his role when he was alive. Boyd and him were very close. But we saw it in season 1. Anytime Boyd was conflicted or wasn't sure which way to go, he would often go to Father Kotri before anybody else for guidance, for information, for advice. We saw it with the Frank thing. We saw it with a handful of other things. So I think it would make perfect sense for as Boyd is struggling throughout season 3, that Father Kotri is returning to him to give him some either good advice or some notoriously bad advice. Who knows? Seems like this Father Patry character in season 2, whether it was really him, whether it was Boyd's subconscious, whether it was Fromville or the entity playing tricks on him, it seems like it was trying to talk Boyd out of telling Kenny about Sarah. So I wonder what he's going to be showing up for in season 3. What capacity are we going to see Patry in this year, I wonder? I don't know, but I can't wait to see.
Yeah, I mean, he'd often be the one to kind of tell Boyd what he needed to hear, even if it's not what he wanted to hear at that time. Like he would, like, hey, that speech he gave him was so amazing. He's like, okay, you don't want a speech, then you're going to get a sermon instead. And he told him, you don't have the luxury of grief. These people need you to be the one to lead them home. And he brought up Abby, and Boyd's like, oh, he had that look on his face, like, don't you dare, don't you dare.
And I love that because Father Patry, there's not another character in that whole town that ever would have dared mentioning Abby to Boyd. But like you said, Father Patry is telling him not what he wants to hear, what he needs to hear, and he's not afraid to tell him that. So you make a really good point that it's not just him giving him advice. It's him telling Boyd things that Boyd probably really needed to hear, but just won't hear from anybody else. So that is a good point.
Yeah, I'm psyched to see more of him. I think it makes sense now that he's on the poster once we've read these episode descriptions. And like you said, Boyd is going to be put through the ringer more than ever. So we're going to see some Father Patry for sure. I think even more than last season, possibly.
I hope so. And even the actor who plays Tom, the bartender Tom, was also in Nova Scotia, Canada during the filming of season 2. He put out a Twitter post, and in the Twitter post, he tagged a production company that is working on From and works with other MGM shows. So yeah, I think we're going to see Patry and Tom in season 3 in some kind of capacity, but we will see. We shall see. We got Jennifer Grover for another 5. Thank you so much, Jennifer Grover, for the 5. Jeremy, I'm really loaded right now, but I wanted to send tons of love to you, the panel, and the chat. XXXO. Well, thank you so much for that, Jennifer. I really do appreciate it. You are absolutely awesome. And if you are loaded, that is totally cool. Hopefully you are inside and safe and enjoying your night, getting ready for the weekend. So thank you. Thank you so much. We got Chocolate Beauty for 5 as well. Thank you so much, Chocolate Beauty. From in 9 days. Hopefully the first episode is fire. Yes, Chocolate. Yes, indeed. I think it's going to be. I mean, it looks like this season is going to be absolutely action-packed from start to finish. And so much to the point where it's, we have big answers coming, obviously, but it looks like, again, they're returning to those horror roots. The monsters seem to be very prevalent in season 3, which is something I'm super looking forward to. But yeah, 9 days. 9 days. 9 freaking days. Whew, man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. All right, let's continue into this.
When you look at what's going to happen just in episode 1 alone, I was just going to say, man, like it is going to start with a bang. Holy shit. The images, if we're to believe that all those images that dropped this week are really in episode 1, that's insane. It is going to start with a bang. And this season looks like it is going to get back to those horror roots. There's going to be an intensity that we haven't seen since season 1, and maybe even more intense. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. It just, I love that we're returning to the horror roots. We're seeing these monsters come back in full force. And it was totally understandable to see why the monsters took not a backseat, but weren't the kind of main threat towards the end of season 2, as we got a little bit more into the kind of mystical, supernatural realm, dealing with the cicadas and the worms and the entities and all of that stuff. So it made sense that the monsters weren't, in the forefront for that storyline. But yeah, it looks like they're coming back, and it looks like they're coming back with a vengeance. In this first episode, like you said, if all of these stills are accurately labeled, which, again, the source for these stills says that all of these pictures are from the very first episode. Mm-hmm. So if that is the case, then yeah, it's going to be an absolutely action-packed first episode, and I think it's going to be a tragic one as well. Again, based on those synopses, it looks like we're going to lose somebody probably right in this very first episode even. So yeah, I'm super pumped. I am super pumped. Oh, wow, we got some more super chats coming in. Thank you guys so much. Wow, thank you, thank you, thank you. I owe out some woes after this. Who's in my room for 5 says, I hope Smiley comes and supports the monsters just like Kotri comes back for Boyd. Now, that's a very interesting concept. I hadn't even really thought of that. I mean, I always thought about Smiley returning in some capacity, but not like that. I never thought of that. That's a very interesting one. Yeah, we do see, Jade and Boyd have these kind of apparitions appear to them in season 2, usually when they were in kind of times of struggle or times of need or deciding which choice to make, which path to take. And we see these things kind of nudge them on one path or the other. But that could be pretty interesting if we see a spirit version of Smiley show up to kind of coach the monsters. I mean, I'm not expecting it, but I think it would be freaking awesome to see. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? Thank you. Thank you for the 5. The Ravens screeching. Let's talk about it. Yes, let's dive into the Ravens here in 1 second as well. And thank you so much, the Man in Black, for 5. And thank you again, Jennifer Grover, for another 5. We are in a sad state in Nova Scotia. So many homeless, and the PM wants to put more. Oh, I'm sorry. I know you. I see the CA, so I know you're up there in Canada somewhere. But yeah, Nova Scotia is where this series is actually filmed. It's an old abandoned town out there in Nova Scotia, and that's what's so great about the set is it feels like it's this kind of middle America abandoned town, because in a sense it is. Obviously, it's not middle America, but it's so awesome that they managed to kind of secure a set location like this, where they have this just giant little small town to kind of play with. And I feel like it's kind of a character into the show in and of itself, like the setting. Sometimes settings can be characters. And I think that's very much a case here, where Fromville itself is a character within the show. So yeah, they're filming up there in Nova Scotia, Canada. They filmed during the dead of winter, which is probably why they kind of hyped up the winter elements in season 3 that we're seeing. But yeah, I hope everybody is doing well up there. And yeah, thank you so much, Jennifer, for the 5. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, the Man in Black, for the 5 as well. And also, thank you. Ooh, I almost missed my spot. Thank you, Hoops in My Room, for the 5 as well. I owe you guys some woes. I owe some woes. I think I'll throw out a glitter bomb just for good measure. Just for good measure, we'll throw out a glitter bomb. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yes, we got a super chat talking about, let's talk about the crows. And yes, I would love to discuss these crows a little bit, because when we talk about this show and, some of the mystery aspects of it, up until this point, the crows have been one of the most mysterious aspects of the show. There's just so much we don't know about these crows and what part they are going to ultimately play. But we know they're important. We definitely know they're important in some kind of small way, shape, or form. They wouldn't be showing us these crows over and over and over again if they weren't going to play some kind of part in the story. And in this trailer, it looks like we see multiple crows, some big ass ones. As you pointed out, some of these wingspans are freaking huge. These are some big crows. And it looks like they're flying directly into Colony House, breaking the windows. Like, are they attacking people of Colony House? Or are they, broken windows might be not a big problem, in our world. But in this place, in Fromville, a broken window could get you absolutely killed by one of these monsters. We know these talismans only work when it is an enclosed space. So what is up with these ravens? Why are they flying into Colony House? Are they trying to attack people? Are they trying to create entrances for the monsters later? What exactly do these crows want? Or could they even be coming for Fatima's baby? Because that is the first thing we see in the chat, in the trailer, that the crow comes right through the Colony House window, right where Fatima happens to be. So yeah, what is your when you think about the crows, Julie? What's your take on these crows? What are you hoping for? What do you think might happen? Or when you think of the crows in Fromville, what part do you think they might play?
Well, the way that I had been thinking of them is that they represent, like metaphorically, they represent whatever entity is watching them and controlling the monsters, because we know that the monsters are the tip of the spear, right? So there's some entity that's controlling the monsters. We can pretty much be sure of that.
So
We can pretty much presume that. And so, yeah, I've always thought that the crows kind of just represent that watcher entity, that they may not literally be working for that entity, but they kind of represent it in a metaphorical way. Like when we first see the crows, when the Matthews RV gets there, they actually go to the trouble of showing a shot of like literally a bird's eye view of a crow looking down at the Matthews RV.
Up on the branch looking down at them while Ethan's walking on the tree, I believe. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's an iconic shot. It's so memorable, and it just immediately gives you that sense that they're being watched. And we find out later that they are being watched all the time, even in the middle of the woods. Someone or something is watching and listening. So, yeah, so that's the way I've been thinking of that, especially with the rat eating the crow down in the cave, that imagery. I just thought, okay, so that's a metaphor. The rat represents the people because Jade said they're like rats in a maze.
Like rats in a maze. Yes.
And the tunnels are literally a maze. I mean, the metaphor kind of hits you right in the face when you think about it. And the rat is eating the crow. So I thought that maybe represents that they're going to triumph. Like in this cycle, they're going to triumph over whatever entity is harming them, watching them in the end. But now with this new footage, I gotta say, like, of all the things I thought I might see, crows like flying, literally crashing through the window, attacking people. I didn't have that on my bingo card. Like, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's I mean, I've always wanted to learn a little bit more about these crows because, like you said, I mean, we see all these iconic shots. We see that incredible foreshadowing down there in the caves.
Oh yeah,
and I do tend to think that your theory, it sounds plausible at the very least. I mean, we see like you hear Jade mentioning the rats in the maze and all of that. And in that one instance, usually when we see the crows, they're in a they have the high ground, they're in a elevated position. But in that one scene, we see the crows in a compromised position, getting eaten by one of these rats. So yeah, could that potentially signify that the whatever the rat is the representation of will triumph over what the crow representation is? It's certainly an interesting theory, and there are some things pointing to that maybe being the case. So I like that. I think that's a good one. We also have Jennifer Grover for another 5. Wow, thank you so much, Jennifer. Incredibly generous of you. Jeremy, I gotta go. I'm too loaded. I want to give so much love to you and your panel and the chat. Well, thank you so much, Jennifer Grover. I hope you have a phenomenal night, my friend. And I can't thank each and every one of you enough for the support. And thank you, Jennifer. And I hope you guys are staying warm up there, up in the cold north as winter approaches. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We also got Joel Vasquez. Thank you so much. Have any of your predictions changed after watching the latest trailer? I got to be honest, not really. I think if anything, it's kind of reinforced some of our theories, if nothing else. Now, early on, I mean, you guys have, I know I've said it, I know many of you guys have come to a similar conclusion. Just for instance, for reference, when we see this trailer, there's one in particular scene that we see right here. Now, a lot of us have been wondering what exactly is up with this weird doll and who did it originally belong to. And I think a lot of us, or at least some of us, have definitely been under the impression that this doll could have belonged to Christopher. We hear that very interesting backstory from Victor talking about how at one time Christopher was a very pleasant person. He was able to make people laugh, which was something that was not easy in a place like this. And I do get the feeling that this is how he was able to make people laugh and smile back then, by putting on puppet shows. And then we see this trailer, and we see the exact same shirt that Christopher is wearing in all of his visions of Jade and in the picture, and he is holding the doll. So I've always thought this doll belonged to Christopher, and after seeing this trailer, it has only reinforced that. I am almost positive now that this is definitely Christopher's doll. And again, that would also explain why Victor sees this doll down in the caves and gets so scared. I mean, he's walking by monsters. He's walking by mysterious symbols that who knows what they mean. None of it seems to be phasing Victor. He doesn't seem to be too scared down there. But as soon as he sees this doll, it sends him into a damn fetal position, hovering and cowering in the corner. And I couldn't help but think if that is bringing back some kind of memory of the massacre, of Christopher's part in the massacre, or of Christopher himself. We do know that Victor's mother told Victor and Eloise to find somewhere to hide where Christopher can't find you, not where the monsters can't find you, where Christopher can't find you. So it seems like Christopher may have started to go down a dark path the more he was being plagued with this symbol, very similar to Jade's storyline now. So I've always thought that this doll belonged to Christopher, and I know many of you came to the same conclusion on your own as well. And I think this trailer is giving us more evidence that this might be the case. What about you? Do you think this, I know it doesn't guarantee it for sure, but do you think this reinforces that Christopher is going to be the owner of this doll?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It just fits, it just fits because we know that Christopher posed some kind of a threat to Victor, that his mother told him to hide from Christopher. And we know that he wasn't even triggered by the monsters. When Victor was down in the cave, the only thing that triggered him was that dummy. Now, it sent him into a fetal position. So if he was afraid of Christopher, if Christopher posed a threat, and it would make sense that this is Christopher's dummy. So I've always believed that. And yeah, this absolutely reinforces it to me. Yeah,
it does. It reinforces it to me a little bit. And again, that's why, when I look at a lot of this trailer, it's not really changing many of my theories. If anything, it's just reinforcing them. Similar to the idea that a lot of us have about Tien Chen potentially being on the chopping block pretty early in season 1. I think this trailer reinforces that a little bit as well. But another thing this trailer definitely kind of all but confirms is another theory that a lot of us had, that it could be Christy whose foot gets caught in the trap. And in the trailer, we see pretty much almost solid confirmation of that, where we see Jade and Christy running. We see the socks that are folded up on Christy's jeans right here. And then next we see those same jeans stuck in this bear trap. So it looks like this trailer is also reinforcing that those of us who thought Christy was going to be in the bear trap, because I know there are many of us who thought this, it looks like we were right about that as well. So no, for the first time, I find some of our theories, I don't want to say my theories, some of our theories that we have kind of all collectively come to, it seems like some of them might have been spot on in some cases, maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of a spoilery trailer. I mean, it does kind of show almost too much at times, like things like this, where it kind of all but practically confirms that this is Christy in the bear trap. Not a huge spoiler. It's not going to spoil the overall narrative of the show by any means, but it is kind of a spoilery thing. So, and I know we talked about this in the Discord the other night, is, I'm like 50-50 on this right now. Part of me is super happy that we got this footage and we got to see all of these awesome things and connect some of these really interesting dots. But the other half of me is like, man, I almost wish I didn't see some of this, because I like being surprised when I watch the show. That is the draw for me. Not only the mystery, not only the awesome fandom that has sprung up in its wake, and each and every one of you guys in the chat that come and hang with us, but for me, what I really love about this show is not knowing what is coming around the corner. That's one of the many reasons why I will never accept early access and view any episodes early. I want to watch this thing one episode at a time with each and every one of you and solve this mystery together as a whole. Because so many of the other shows and movies that I watch and that I'm invested in tend to be either adaptations of something else or reboots of something else, or based on a book that I know very well. So a lot of the shows, I kind of know where they're going to a certain degree. But this is one of the few shows that is on right now that is just a completely new and original story where none of us really know what's coming. It's a completely blank canvas. And it just adds an extra layer of kind of it just makes it a little more special, I guess, than some of the other shows that I'm watching currently or have watched in a very long time. But no, this is this again. I love the trailer, but I almost wish we didn't see some of it as well.
Oh,
But what
yeah.
about you, Julie? Did this trailer reinforce some of your theories? Did it make you maybe think differently on some other theories? Maybe like what about you?
It really reinforced some of my theories and confirmed one of them. So I honestly I have mixed feelings about it
Oh
too.
yeah, yes, the one. Yeah, I know the one you're going to mention, and you were spot on. Yep. Sorry, go. You're spot on.
Yeah, like I have mixed feelings. I would rather honestly, it's so funny. I feel like I kind of manifested this into happening because the night before this came out, I literally posted in the Discord, like, I really hope we don't get any more spoilers. I don't want any more
Yeah.
spoilers. And then we get this dump of the biggest spoilers yet. What the hell? So yeah, I would rather not know what's coming. I would rather not have this much revealed. But I gotta say, I was really excited when
Mm-hmm.
when Tabitha saw the boy in white in the real
Boom.
world. There he is. Oh
Yes.
my god, you know what this reminded
Yes.
me of? Like, this reminded me of, like, a scene out of It, like Pennywise, you would see
Right.
Pennywise off in the
You see.
distance, creepily
Yes,
waving.
all he's missing is the Pennywise makeup and holding a damn balloon in his left hand. That's literally all he's missing. This is such a
Right?
Pennywise creepy shot like that. And the fact that it's in Maine only
Yeah.
makes it feel even more kind of Stephen King-esque.
Right, right. Like, because otherwise it's just like an ordinary scene. There's a crowd of people. It's a regular street. This isn't Fromville. And yet here we have this creepy ass entity standing there waving. And yeah, it felt so much like Pennywise to me. And I was excited. I'm not gonna lie, because a couple hours before this dropped, I put in my video that I believe Tabitha will see the boy in white in the real world. She will see a vision of him,
Mhm.
and that he
Yep.
wasn't just trolling us with those pictures on the set where he was in the hospital
Mhm.
bed. So,
Yes.
yeah, so I mean, I got that video out just in time because, yeah, it confirmed it, and yeah, like it's exciting. It's exciting to
It
get
is.
confirmation.
Yeah.
But at the same time, yeah, I would have kind of rather be surprised when it actually airs. But it's awesome.
Yeah.
And I didn't
Yeah,
see it at first. Look how far away
me
he is.
neither. Me neither. I didn't catch it until like my second or third time watching the trailer was when I actually kind of caught it because like you said, it's not in the best resolution in terms of quality. It's not a crisp, clear 1080p video. It's probably around 420 if I had to look it up, maybe even lower. So it's not very crisp and clear to begin with. But then, like you said, it's a flash, split second that it's on the screen and it's super far away, something that a lot of people would probably miss on their first go around. But yeah, it
Mhm.
wasn't until I watched the trailer two or maybe even three times that I was like, wait a minute, holy fucking shit, that's the boy in white.
Yes. Oh my god, that is
Yeah.
insane. We have been theorizing for a long time that maybe the boy in white or other Fromville entities could reach out to people in the real world, like the voice that Father Kotri heard that he thought was the voice of God. And
Yep.
we've been
Could have
thinking
been
about
him.
that.
Yeah.
It could have been
Could have
him.
been him.
This
Yeah.
this really
There you go.
validates those theories.
It's
Elgin had a dream with the boy in white. Well, maybe that might have
yeah.
been before he got to town on the bus, and
Yeah.
it just
Yeah. I
opens up
mean,
all
he's
kinds of
asleep.
possibilities.
Yeah. Yeah, and Elgin's was always very weird because we don't actually see when he's getting this vision. We just see that he's asleep when he's entering Fromville. But upon seeing this, and I know we've have had our suspicions that some of this vision could have come to him before he was even crossing the threshold into Fromville.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see that episode in season 3, the episode that is entitled Threshold. I swear, I hope we learn a little bit of something about how the mechanism to entering and exiting Fromville is maybe revealed a little bit. But no, it's one of those things where maybe even Elgin was kind of, influenced before he was even stuck here potentially, because we know it was the boy in white who sent him that dream. Um, but I guess it's a matter of when did it happen. And I suppose it would make sense. I think a lot of us have suspected that something at least has some measure of power in the real world. How else would it be pulling people from the real world into Fromville if it
Yeah.
didn't have some little bit of measure of influence in both planes? And yeah, I mean, is it the boy in white that is getting everybody stuck here, or is it something else? That's really the question up until this point. Is the boy in white orchestrating all of this, or is there some other kind of entity or being that can also kind of straddle both planes, both worlds, maybe? I don't know. But again, some answers we get in the trailer, but some also just give us more questions, just like this one. And that's why this was so fun. But Ty is asking, so do we get another trailer? Yes and no. Again, it doesn't seem like it has been released. I can't really find it anywhere publicly other than even the Facebook page that I originally saw it on. It's gone from. It got deleted or taken down. I'm not sure. That's why I'm a little hesitant to play the thing. I don't really want to just play the thing in its entirety. So I figured we could look at the stills of some of the new scenes. But yes, we got an interesting clip. And if you do want to watch it, it is in our Discord as well. And just an interesting kind of mix of some new footage from season 3 mixed with some cast and crew interviews telling us a little bit about what to expect this season. And some of it is footage we've already seen, but a good portion of it is footage we haven't seen before, like that shot of like Julie mentioned, spotting the boy in white in the real world. We also have this right here, which is the boy in white drawing that we see in the intro to every single episode. We know that is going to be down there in that basement now. So again, it reveals some cool things. And I love that it showed this, because one thing that I was very much wondering going into season 3 is exactly how bad is this winter really going to get. We knew that they were going to get some measure of snow based on some of the trailers. But up until this point, all the trailers showed was kind of minimal snow at best, unless you were kind of thicker out into the forest, and then it got it a little deeper. But here it gives us that it really gives us a sense of just how bad this winter might potentially be getting for the people of Fromville. You know, we know the food shortage is here. The cold weather has been coming around, and I think a lot of us have been wondering, you know, how cold will it get, and how long will this winter last? And at least here, we know that it's going to get pretty gnarly. It's going to get pretty harsh. It's going to be almost blizzard-like conditions at some point, maybe. So it's, again, you know, the trailer gave us some nice, interesting stuff that was new. And again, some of it's a little spoiler. We got to see this, which is something we haven't really seen before yet. We know that Boyd gets clawed by one of the monsters in the barn. But we never actually saw this much of that scene. Now we actually get to see the creepy monster that is doing the deed. I believe we mentioned this the other night too. Like, is this not one of the creepiest monsters we've seen on the show yet in terms of his monster form? It is just gnarly.
It is straight out of the Twilight Zone. Like, oh my god, it just gave me such Twilight Zone vibes. Like the mask episode where they take their masks off and like they're these hideous, like warped looking faces, or Eye of the Beholder where everyone has these like gross pig snout looking faces.
Yeah.
Like,
yep.
It reminded me so much of that. It's just it's so creepy. I love that we got a better view of it.
Yeah, it's super creepy. It is super creepy, and I am glad that we got some better views of some scenes that we've gotten previously that definitely give us some more context to them now. In some cases, like this, and in some cases, it's straight up new scenes. But yeah, let me see what you guys are saying. You know us. We always love hearing from you guys in the chat. So let me catch up a little bit. I think Tom, Cautry, and Abby were all the entity getting them to do what he wants them to do. And yeah, it very well could have been. It very well could have just been the entity screwing with them, manipulating them down one path or another. Because again, it's very suspicious how the Cautry apparition really wanted to protect Sarah. And we know Sarah is the only direct link to any of these entities. So you could maybe understand why they might want her alive. And not only that, we've seen that these voices or entities have been successful in manipulating Sarah in the past. So they probably think she's pliable. So I could totally understand that they might not want Kenny to find out about her role because they might want to keep her safe. So there are some interesting things there that could point to this not just being their subconscious, that it could be the entity.
That's what I think. That's still my working theory. I mean, as much as I love Ghost Khatri, I want more of him. I don't trust that dude. I don't trust him. I swear to God, like that scene where he appeared to Boyd and he's sitting there with a chessboard, and then Boyd was not listening to him and walking away. Khatri gets up, he holds a pawn in his hand, and he walks toward Boyd, points that pawn right at him while he's talking. And he finally gets Boyd to listen to him and convinces him to keep his fucking mouth shut, as he says. I'm telling you, like that's a clue that we should probably consider. You know, like maybe he's using Boyd as a pawn. Like it's interesting to think about.
It's very interesting and could be very 100% possible too, based on everything we've seen. And even the Tom apparition, the one that talks to Jade, you know, convinces him to go down into the dangerous caves to have this Ankui vision. So, you know, it's like there's some sus circumstances at the very least that I think we can point to. Let me see what else we got here. Let me scroll down. I think, yeah, if anyone was looking for it in the Discord, I believe it is under our From Season 3 channel. You might have to scroll up a little bit, but it's either the From Season 3 channel or the From Season 3 images. It's one of those two. Again, you'll probably have to scroll up a little bit because we were discussing it for a while, but it is in there if you scroll up a bit and check it out. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got. Let me scroll up here. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see what you guys are saying. Jade asks Boyd, how did you survive? And Boyd tells him, they wanted me to watch. Yes, Daryl. Yes, indeed. And that was one of the scenes that I was most intrigued by. Because, yeah, and I think a lot of us kind of had the feeling that scene in particular is probably taking place after the whole incident happens with the monsters and Boyd inside the barn when they take him captive and they force him to watch something hideous. And I imagine that Jade and the rest of the town at that point, they probably just written Boyd off for dead. They probably see Boyd get snatched up by the monsters, dragged into the barn. At that point, the whole town is probably just writing Boyd and whoever else is in there with him off for dead. And then when the next morning comes around and Boyd strolls on out of the barn unharmed, it's definitely going to raise some questions. And here we hear Jade asking one of them, how the heck are you alive? And not only could it raise some questions, but it could also go on to raise some suspicions even as well. And I do think that's going to be a part of season 3. I mean, based on some of the synopsis, it does look like people are going to start to, at the very least, question some of Boyd's judgments at times. And maybe this could be one of those factors into that. The people see him go in there with the monsters. They see him come out. Is that going to throw any kind of suspicion on him for lack of a better term? At the very least, it's going to cause some questions. But in the trailer, we see the barn scene. And then next we see this scene right here. We see Boyd wearing the same shirt and we see a good portion of the town and we see the barn right here in the background. So I get the feeling this scene right here is probably most likely the next morning. Right after the whole barn scene happens, the next morning the sun comes up and this is Boyd exiting the barn and probably heading back to the sheriff's station because we can see the blood is indeed on his shirt. So whatever happened already happened and we see him emerge from the barn and it looks like the whole town is stunned to even see him alive maybe. So yeah, I mean, we got a lot of fucking awesome stuff, guys, to look forward to in season 3. Holy shit. Holy shit. Man. There's one other scene that I wanted to bounce by you, Julie, and all of you guys in the chat, and I wanted to get everybody's opinion on it. And I'm going to bring that one up here in a second. But first, let me catch up a little bit more with what you guys are saying. I love hearing from you guys in the chat.
I just wanted to, Jeremy. I just wanted to say real quick. I just jumped over to the Discord. For those who want to see it, I actually found the video and I made a new thread underneath From Season 3, so that you can find it easily. You just go to From Season 3, and then right under it, I made a new thread with the video.
Perfecto. All right. Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you, Julie. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated.
Happy to help. It's exciting stuff. So
It is. It is. It's awesome. Oh, and I saw Kiwi Skirt also dropped it in the From season 3 as well. Well, thank you guys. Thank both of you so much. Julie B. Oh, you guys are great. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you. So yeah, now you guys can find it much easier if you go to the From season 3 channel in our Discord. Awesome. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see what else we got. Yeah, From season 3, winter is coming. Indeed, winter is coming. Winter is coming. There is monsters don't scare me. I never was scared of monsters, even as a little girl. I used to have this monster in my dream hurting my cousin, but it didn't scare me. Ooh, interesting. So yeah, maybe the nightmare creatures, maybe they wouldn't be able to extract fear out of Susan. That's good. Maybe you'll survive a little better than some others. That's good for you. I don't know how I would react if I was in this place, to be honest. Part of me would want to fight back, but part of me would be like, okay, what the fuck are we dealing with here? If I was in Fromville, I do know at the very least I would probably at least be one of those characters that was searching for answers. I would actively want to try and figure out what this place is. That much. I just have a very inquisitive brain by nature. I like understanding how things work, whether it's the smallest thing like how a watch is put together, or something big and grand like the narrative on From. I like seeing how things work. It gives you an insight into not only objects but people as well. But yeah, if I was here, I don't know what approach I would take towards the monsters, but I know at the very least I would be one of the characters that would definitely be searching for answers. I would try to be finding a way out, probably, and that might be a little dangerous, but I just think my mind would get the better of me, and I would have to at least try and satisfy that urge to look for answers. But what about you, Julie? If you were stuck in Fromville, would you be one of the characters that looks for answers, or maybe one that just starts to build a life there?
It's a tough one because it seems like the people who look for answers are targeted the most and they suffer the most. Like
it's
Boyd.
dangerous.
Like the more, like Sarah said, she said her brother Nathan believed that the more that they push, the more this place is going to push back. So it's a tough call, like it's tough. Like, do you take that risk and risk being targeted more the way Boyd is and Jade seems to be targeted more? I mean, it's tough, but I think I'm just somebody who I couldn't just be one of those people in the bar totally complacent the way
couldn't be a Frank.
Yeah, no, like the way Jade walks in and he's like, what is wrong with you people? You're just sitting here drinking this water. Like, what
exactly?
What are you doing?
Yes.
I couldn't be one of those people at the end of the day. I'd have to be looking for answers. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I think I think my inquisitive nature would just it would get the better of me in the long run, and I would have to kind of at least try. But yeah, absolutely. And yeah, just a few more days. Damn it, I'm so excited for the season. Hopefully we start getting some answers, says Divine Chakra. Yes, Divine Chakra. What is up, my friend? Good to see you. And yeah, I think we are. I think we are. Based on all of these trailers and all of this recent stuff that we have been getting, it seems like the cast and the crew have been kind of trying to hammer home that fact that we will indeed be getting answers this season. And it looks like we get that confirmed a little bit in some of these clips.
People. Go! And a few of our most beloved characters are not going to make it out of season 3.
You can't save them all.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ah!
Season 3 is when things really explode.
Look out!
Wow.
Yeah, I think we're going to get some answers.
Oh,
I think we're going to get some answers. I also have an answer, or at least a theory, as to what I think might cause Christy to get her foot caught in the trap. Now, when we see this scene, we see this right here. we see Jade looking over in the distance. Something is scaring him. He is running away from something, and Christy is looking at Jade like, what? What are you seeing? Because she's not seeing it. This is when Jade is having that vision, I get the feeling. And of the vision that we see in the earlier trailer of the creepy looking guy drinking from the human skull. And I think we see that being, whatever he is, start to approach Jade and even grab him. I think that is what is happening here in this scene. Jade has that vision. The thing comes up to him. He shakes himself loose, runs away. And the whole time, Christy's like, Jade, what the hell are you doing? Because she can't see this thing. And I think that is what causes Christy's foot to get trapped. She is running after Jade, and she gets caught by the bear trap. That is what is going to happen, I think.
That makes perfect sense. I think the same thing. Yeah, like we know from the trailer, I already figured Christy was there next to him when he's having that vision, because, you know, you can see a little red hat in the corner of the frame as he's looking up at this thing. So I figured Christy was right there next to him anyway. And I thought the same when I saw them running like that. Yeah, like it's going to be just like the last time we saw Jade have a truly violent vision was that Civil War vision, and we saw how he reacted to that. I mean, he panicked so much, he started running, and like he completely forgot all about the radio because this thing was literally attacking him. And now we've got this Puritan looking guy who's he's going to be choking him in the vision. So
looks like it.
It's going to trigger him. He's definitely going to panic and run. And that makes total sense. Yeah, I agree. That's how Christy gets caught in the trap. Yeah,
I think so. I think so. Yeah.
I can't believe they gave it away though. Like, I mean, they knew that we were speculating on this for months. Who's in the trap?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a bit of a spoiler, but again, it's not one of those answers that's going to spoil anything about the actual plot. So I'm okay with seeing this. It's seeing the boy in white in like the real world. Those are kind of a little bit of the more narrative spoilery things. But stuff like this, I'm okay with it. It's small stuff that wouldn't really affect the overall plot. But like you said, it is still a spoiler. It is definitely still a spoiler though. So you are right. And Jason asks, why is the title From? May have missed it. That is something all of us have been trying to figure out ever since this show started. Now, I mean, when season 1 of this show came out, it was incredibly frustrating trying to search anything online about this show because of the name, because of the title From. It is one of the most commonly, searched terms on the internet, for crying out loud. So you type in From, and the last thing you would ever get was stuff from this show. Now that we're getting into season 3, it's starting to get a little bit more of a substantial online footprint. So now when you do type in From, you will see some stuff for the show. But if you type in From on MGM or From on Epix, even still works. That gives you a little bit more accurately deep dive stuff on the show in terms of searching the right stuff. But it was so frustrating in the beginning trying to search anything related to the show because it was such a common word. And yeah, a lot of us have been wondering, what exactly does From stand for? What is From? What is the title trying to ultimately convey? Where people are from? Where there's a lot of it's a big question mark up until this point, or does it mean anything at all? Does it even mean anything? I don't know. But in terms of a definitive answer, there's a lot of interesting fan theories as to what From means. But in terms of definitive answers that we have gotten from the show, no, we still have no idea what the title From means.
Yeah. The only thing that helps me a bit with that is knowing that in some countries it's actually called Origins. So
Origins. Yeah. It's a translation in some other foreign countries. And does that mean that's where people are from? Like where you are from, where a person is from, where a place is from? Is From referring to the origin of Fromville itself? Like it's an interesting thought. I mean, I don't know where it's going, but yeah, what does From mean? And I'd love to, if anybody in the chat, if you guys have any ideas as to what you think the title means, definitely let us know in the chat. I would love to see what you guys have to say on that. Because the From title has been incredibly intriguing, but incredibly mysterious up until this point.
Right.
Let's see what else we got. I feel like it's going to be Christy that Boyd is holding because the color of the jacket she's wearing seems to be the same color spotted in who is in Boyd's arms. That Boyd is holding in the church. Christy, oh, that's an interesting theory. That's an interesting theory. I've always kind of been leaning a little bit more towards Tien Chen. I mean, because we see the pants, and it looks like the same pants Tien Chen is wearing. And somebody pointed out, and it's really hard to see. You have to pause it at just the right moment. But it almost looks like the person has a lighter colored shirt under that rag that it's covered up in, almost like it might be the same pink shirt that Tien Chen's wearing in the trailer. So if it's not Christy, I think it's Tien Chen personally. But who knows? Christy could be an option. Judging by Jeff Pinker, it looks like we are losing multiple characters in season 3, not just one, at least 2, maybe even more than 2. But we're not going to only lose one main character, it seems. So Christy could be on the chopping block as well.
She
Absolutely.
could be. It's not out of the question. I mean, there's that theory that, sometimes if a new person comes into town, they take over a certain role. And, so some people think Marielle came to town and Christy's going to get killed off. Marielle will be their new medical person. But I mean, they'd be at a big disadvantage, though. Christy is a third-year medical student. Marielle is a nurse who is a recovering addict.
With an addiction, she's going to nurse Jackie up the joint if she's in charge.
Yeah,
We don't want
I'm
that.
really worried for them.
Yeah, and I mean, you think about some of the roles that some of these characters play in this town, like you mentioned. Christy is one of the most important roles in this entire show, in this entire town. Like you said, she's the only competent doctor and surgeon that they have there. We saw the skill and the calm that she kind of implemented during the whole Ellis stabbing. That is something that even a first or a second or a third year med student might get a little rattled in doing. I mean, this is a live stabbing right in front of you. You don't have the proper equipment that you would normally have. But we saw how calm Christy was under pressure during that scene. She handled it like a champ. It was only when she was dissecting the monster that she started to kind of lose her cool. But it seems like when she's working on actual people, she's cool, calm, and collected. So she's incredibly valuable to have in a place like this where danger is lurking around every corner. To not have a competent doctor like Christy is going to be a huge setback to them if they do lose her. So I think she's one of the most valuable characters, for the town's survival next to Boyd.
Definitely. Yeah. Yes. I mean, I hope for their sake they don't lose her. They'd be at a huge disadvantage having to rely on Marielle. And Christy's been amazing. I mean, look how she saved Ethan when he was impaled by that table leg. Wow.
Yeah, she was great there too. Good point.
It was incredible.
She was super calm there.
Yeah.
Super calm. Making sure Ethan didn't get too rattled, making sure Jim knew that she had it. She's good at what she does. I mean, she's very good at what she does. You can't say that. You can't say she's not. And I don't know if Marielle would be able to operate under those same circumstances, even if she did have all the same knowledge. So yeah, they would be in rough shape, because it looks like the paramedic that is making it into Fromville isn't going to last very long. But
maybe all of 5 minutes and they're dead.
Matt says Boyd tells him they wanted me to watch. Yes, indeed. And again, that seems to be the only reason that they spared Boyd. I mean, they wanted him to watch, yes, but they wanted to break him. They want to break Boyd's spirit. They're taking it like a personal challenge that he challenged them at the end of season 2 by pumping his chest and saying, "You don't break me to this place." The monsters are taking that personally in season 3, and we're seeing the results of that. They are actively not trying to kill Boyd. They could have easily killed him in that barn 6 ways from Sunday. They don't want to kill him, though. It seems like they want to break his spirit, and it makes sense. I mean, if I was approaching this town, knowing what the monsters know about these people and about this town, if I truly wanted to kill everybody in town, break the town. If you wanted to defeat this town, Boyd would be the first person I would try and break. You break Boyd, these people are going to have a very tough time adjusting and living. We saw the conditions of Fromville before Boyd arrived here, It was absolutely horrific. People were dying every single night. They had no protection, no way to defend themselves. It was a slaughter fest before Boyd showed up here and single-handedly almost turned this place in from that nightmarish landscape to a place where people could actually live and build a life. So without Boyd, this town is going to be so screwed without Boyd, especially coming into season 3, where the conditions are only going to get harsher and harsher and harsher from the weather, the food shortage. They need Boyd now more than ever. So it stands to reason that now would be the perfect time for the monsters to really go full force in trying to break him, because they know how much he's needed. So yeah, they're going to be screwed if they lose Boyd. And as Matt says, they wanted me to watch, which is very interesting. I mean, it seems like that's what they did with Kelly as well. Kelly and Brian in season 2. We saw Kelly is found with the rebar stuck through her head and, stuck to the tree. And she says those exact words. They wanted me to watch what they did to Brian, which we still have never seen. We never get to see Brian's body on screen. I've always been wondering about that. But yeah, it seems like they want Boyd to watch. They want to break him. And not only do they want to break him, it seems like they enjoy doing things like that. These things actively seem to enjoy torturing and inflicting pain on people. So yeah, it's going to be nuts.
That immediately gave me those Brian Kelly vibes when I heard that. They wanted me to watch. That's what they did to Kelly. They forced her to watch, according to her, while they tortured Brian. And it's always been the long game with Boyd. It's always been this long psychological game, and I think that's fascinating. I don't think it's just that he has plot armor. I think that the way that they explain it is really interesting. He represents the town's hope, as you've said, and he is their hope.
He does.
And if the entity is kind of feeding on people's hope in addition to fear, it makes sense. Like, why would you kill him? You would drag out the suffering.
Exactly.
That's
exactly why I don't think they want to just kill him. And as Quan says, it's a very fair question. If they want to break the town, and if Boyd is the key to that, why not just kill Boyd? And I do think that would work to a certain degree. But I think the townsfolk seeing Boyd broken, being driven down to rock bottom, seeing Boyd, their leader, someone they know is incredibly strong, seeing him cut down so low and driven to a place like that, I think that might be more effective at breaking the town overall than just outright killing him, rendering him useless, but something that they still have to see every day with their own eyes. They have to see how broken Boyd has become. That, I think, would hurt the town more than just outright killing him. Outright killing him might only give them, some motivation, to kind of honor Boyd's memory. Who knows? Maybe they even come together a little bit more after Boyd dies to kind of keep his legacy alive. But if they see him broken like that, brought down to the bare minimum, that I think would hurt the town a little bit more than just outright killing him.
Yeah, and if you read the episode descriptions for the whole season, it seems like it's constantly this issue where, Boyd is making questionable decisions possibly, and, his judgment might be compromised. He's considering something dangerous, and they're trying to talk him out of it. And then there are several episode descriptions where it's basically saying they're losing their trust in him. They're questioning his leadership. He's struggling to keep them safe because they're questioning his leadership. So this is going to be a huge issue in season 3, clearly.
It looks like it. It looks like it's going to be one of the main kind of story plots and storylines going into season 3. The monsters actively throwing all they can at Boyd to try and break his spirit, to break him down. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Ant says, the only reason I think it's Kenny's mom is how he freaks out in the store and breaks the radio. I think the radio taunts him in some way. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, we see Kenny absolutely lose it on that damn radio. That classic jukebox, man. Smashing that thing. Sorry, seeing that hurt. But
I love that thing.
Yeah.
I love the haunted
jukebox. I love the jukeboxes. They add such an interesting kind of flair and flavor to the actual show.
Right. Oh.
But yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we see Kenny absolutely losing it inside the diner. Could that be some more evidence that maybe it is Tien Chen that is going to go? Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe.
I can't wait to see what song is gonna play on that jukebox. That I think it is gonna taunt him or, like, it's in some way, it's it's funny, like, to think about, like like, just at his lowest moment, this thing is gonna come on and possibly taunt him. Like, I don't blame him for
Mm.
losing his shit. Like, I'd smash
I
that
mean,
thing
maybe
too.
not. Especially Kenny. I mean, everything that he's been through. If Tien Chen does indeed die, I mean, he just lost his father. Like, I mean, you got to remember, he just lost his father like a few freaking weeks ago. At this point, it just happened for
Yes.
Kenny. I mean, it's been seasons for us, but it's only been a few weeks for them. So, I
Ugh.
mean, he's literally losing his mother and father within the span of like one fucking month at this point. And so, yeah, he's freshly off the wound of losing his father, and then this happens, and on top of
Mhm.
being heartbroken on top of it after he sees Christy just get taken away from him as Marielle kind of shows up in town, he's like double
Yes.
heartbroken already. So then you throw on Tien Chen's death on top of it, Kenny's going to be sent over the edge. And it was very interesting that Kenny is one of the first people that says early on in season one, when Jade first arrives and he's trying to tell Jade about this place, we hear Kenny say to Jade, people that can't bend here end up breaking. And it's very
Yeah.
interesting to see Kenny in this position now, all these seasons later, where he's probably going to be faced with that. Is he going to be able to bend and adapt to survive, or will this place break him? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, and,
I
he
guess
also
we'll
had
see.
the heartbreak of Boyd, betraying
Yes.
him, like, that Boyd is his father figure, his second
Yep.
father figure, and Boyd didn't
Yep.
tell him about Sarah. Boyd protected Sarah after what she
Yep.
did, so, their relationship
Mm.
is still, like, it seems like it's improving, it's on the mend a bit, but it's still not what it was, so, I mean, that's
Yeah,
another thing that he got hit with, so he's just getting
that's a
hit
good
from all
point.
angles. You gotta
That's a
wonder
good
how much
point.
more can he take before he just finally snaps. I hate to see it.
Yeah.
I really do.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But like you said, it's there's a good chance. There is a good chance he could lose it. Danny Boy says, "Have you ever seen the music video of The Cure Lullaby? Every episode name has a song, my friend." Ooh, interesting. No, I don't think I have. I mean, just off the top of my head, no. Maybe if I heard it or saw the video, maybe it would ring a bell. But just off the name alone, it doesn't ring a bell. But I'm much better with faces than I am with names, kind of thing. So if I saw it, maybe it would ring a bell. Ty Briggs says, I caught something about the totem we see. Yes, yeah, I caught this as well. Actually, I saw Geek Academy pointed this out in the Discord last week, I believe. And I went back to check for myself. And yeah, you and him are absolutely right. This is a very interesting find. We see the Ankui children all have the scar on their foreheads. If you look at the totem, it has a scar as well. Jim is sus too. He has that same scar. Ooh, Ty. I didn't think about the
Mm,
Jim thing. That's new. Good stuff, Ty.
interesting.
But yeah, I did see again Geek Academy through something in our Discord a little while ago where he noticed the kind of it almost looks like the same cut on some of the totems that all of those on Kui children have. But as you mentioned it, Ty, Jim having that cut as well. Oof, man, what does that
Yeah.
mean? What does
I
that
think
mean? I don't know.
I think Martin also had that mark on his forehead in a similar spot too, so it's
Ooh,
interesting.
we're gonna have to go back and check. All right, we're gonna have to go back and check now because yeah, that will be if Martin has it too, then twice is a coincidence. Third is not a coincidence, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Once we see things three different times, then it becomes a little harder to just say it's a coincidence. So yeah, the totems are like voodoo dolls of people in Fromville. Ooh, now that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, that's another thing. We have no idea what these what these totems, these scarecrow things, what function do they serve? What are they going to be used for? Can someone please swear to me that nothing happens to Jade? Because I did think about how they could be trolling us, but he is also like part of they come with you when you go. Susie, don't say that to me. Don't say
No.
that to me, Susie. Don't even put that mojo out in the air, Susie.
Please
No,
no.
nothing. I feel like Jade's a little too important to the overall plot with where his storyline is right now. And unless we get this whole storyline symbol solved in season 3, I don't see them killing him off just yet. I mean, of course, anybody could go at any time. I don't think anybody's 100% safe. But man, I would be devastated if we lost Jade this early. But like you said, the whole, they come with you when you go. That's not only a Tien Chen reference, that's a Jade reference as well. So you got a point there, Susie. You got a point, Susie. I mean, I hope not.
Yeah,
Kim says Boyd
too
will
important.
die. Oof.
I agree, though. He's too
He's too
important.
important. Yeah.
That
He's
plot,
too
the whole
important
plot
for
line
now.
with the symbol, he needs to figure that out. I think he's good for a while. He's
I
my
think he's
favorite
good for a
character,
bit.
hands down. But I don't think
Yeah.
he's going to go anywhere. Not this season.
Cam thinks Boyd might die, and I mean, I think Boyd will ultimately die. I think that's where her storyline will ultimately lead him, and he'll probably die in a pretty pretty gnarly sacrificial way to help everybody else, I'm guessing. But yes, I don't see Boyd's story having a happy ending where he escapes the town with everybody else. He might facilitate everybody else's escape. I could definitely see that happening, but I don't see Boyd making it out of this whole story alive. I do think he will die also, Cam. I don't think it'll be in season 3.
No.
But I do think Boyd's story will ultimately lead to some kind of sacrifice for the town and his family. But just a guess, just a hunch. I mean, just a hunch.
Probably the
I
series
doubt that
finale
Jade,
at the very end.
maybe the series finale, or at least in the final season. Not until then, at least. Yeah, I doubt they kill Jade. Person in the wagon, white shoes, and she currently has darker color shoes in this shot. And that's the thing. Sometimes you'll notice some color grading differences from earlier trailers to now, and that could mean a whole wide variety of things. But usually, it means that the fully done CGI in post production isn't 100% done. And we see a case of this in the very first From teaser that we got, the very first footage that we got of season 3. When we first see Boyd held in the barn. That was the first video bit that we've got of season 3. And then when the full season 3 trailer dropped a little while later, you saw some similar scenes that were in that first 30 seconds, but they were a little bit different in this longer version because the CGI and the post-production was a little bit further along. Like in the case of Boyd getting his arm slashed by one of the monsters. We see that happen in the original 30 seconds. We see the claw mark in Boyd's shirt, but we don't see any blood. We don't see the blood kind of splatter because they hadn't finished the CGI yet at that point. But by the time the full trailer came out and you see that scene again, you can see blood kind of flying right out of his cut because they had time to go in and fully finish the CGI. So if you notice different colorations and things from time to time, from one trailer to the next, it could just be something like that, where one version was not as fully polished as the other. And even if you look at Boyd's shirt in the first 30-second trailer, it's a little bit of a dimmer color than his shirt is in the trailers we're seeing now, because the color grading probably wasn't 100% done at that point. Because sometimes they'll get trailers out that will have, not rudimentary CGI, but nowhere near done and fully polished CGI. And I think that's what we see here from time to time, where you'll see something maybe a different color in one trailer than the other. Most likely it's probably just something like that. Autumn says the person Boyd is holding is Kenny's mom. There is a dish with a photo in front of the church that is similar to the picture of Kenny's dad when that they are praying besides. Yes, I did see that. I don't remember who first pointed it out, but I remember it was being talked about in our Discord when that trailer first started. And I went back and watched the Tien Chen scene with Jade at the end of season 1, and it damn near looks like almost the same plate. So I do think we're seeing a lot of surrounding evidence that points to it being Tien Chen, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Alyssa Ann will be sad if Christy dies. I will be too. I think Christy's an interesting character. I think she got, unfortunately, a bad haircut. But that's been kind of a funny meme that's been, throughout the fandom. I don't think it's malicious in any way that people are just making fun of her in a malicious way. It's kind of just become a fun meme at this point that Marielle gave Christy a bad haircut, really. And it happens to the best of us. I've had plenty of bad haircuts. But no, I like Christy as a character, I think. And not only I like her as a character, but again, like we were saying earlier, in terms of who is the most valuable, like who does this town need to function, having an experienced doctor like Christy is, again, almost as valuable, or maybe even just as valuable as Boyd's role. So yeah, I wouldn't want to see her go either. It's hard to see Christy dying because that she's the only doctor, but now that her girlfriend is there, they have another doctor, so there could add a lot of emotion to the mix. And yeah, I mean, Marielle does have some medical experience, but it seems like Marielle is only just a nurse. But where Christy was actually on road to becoming a full-blown doctor. She was even in like the third year of her residency, I believe. But it seems like Marielle is only a nurse. I mean, I don't want to say only a nurse and diminish the role of nurses. It seems like from every hospital I've been in, it seems like nurses do the majority of the vital work in hospitals. So yeah, I think, a competent nurse, if it is a competent nurse, then yeah, it could be at least, if not as good as Christy, close to it. At least you have some kind of medical experience there. Yeah, could be. And yeah, here it says Amy Bones, nurses are smarter than a third-year med student every time. And you have a very good point. I mean, if it's a nurse that's been a nurse for a long time, knowledge-wise, they might know even more. So that's a good point, Amy. Yeah, you do make a good point. And again, every hospital I've ever been in, it does seem like nurses are doing, all of the work. Not all of it, but the majority of it. And you see the doctor maybe once every 3 freaking days, where the nurse is there every single day taking care of you. So no, you make a good point, Amy. I can't argue with that. I cannot argue about that. Got here, what show are we talking about? We are talking about From, the TV series From on MGM+. Season 3 is just 9 days away now, ladies and gents. Next Sunday, the show will be airing. And this Sunday, this upcoming Sunday, we are finishing our From Season 2 watch party. We've been rewatching Season 2 in the Discord every Sunday. And this Sunday, we will be watching episode 8, 9, and 10 of Season 2. So I'm looking forward to it. We're going to finish that watch party, and then boom, 1 week later, Season 3 will be here. That's probably why another EMT comes to Fromville, because Christy dies. Ooh, Ty, no, don't say it.
No.
Don't say it. Don't say it. But again, I mean, we have seen this kind of pattern over and over and over again, where certain role or a certain person gets taken out in the town. It almost seems like there's always a new arrival to fill that spot again. So who knows? You could be right. You could be right. The only problem we have with the church service is several people die this season, so it would make sense that they might hold a service for them together. I think that scene is sleight of hand. And it could very well be. It very well could be somebody else other than Tian Chen. That is definitely possible. But again, I mean, the plate that is up there was one of the things that kind of convinced me the most that it is Tian Chen, because it does look like we see the same plate that she's praying in front of in season 1 in that trailer, in that funeral scene as well. But who knows? It could definitely be somebody else. Like you mentioned, we are going to get more than one character death. So that is a good point. That is a good point. Let's see. This trailer, it is in our Discord if you want to check it out. I don't know. I don't think it's been posted anywhere else, or if it has, I haven't been able to find the original posted source, the official one anyway, but it's been posted in our Discord. So if you want to check it out, you can see it in our Discord under the From Season 3 channel. And I guess I can play another quick little clip to it. And, again, I don't want to play the whole thing in its entirety at once, but I'll play a small clip. And in this clip, we hear a very interesting declaration from the show's creator and writer, John Griffin.
The only way we go home is together.
We can do this. This season, they've turned it up to 11.
I think it's time we change things up a little bit around here.
The stakes have never been higher. It's getting more and more intense.
Go, Ethan, run! Go!
Season 3 is really the end of the beginning. And things in general are changing.
I think this place has gotten in my head now. I'm scared of what that might mean.
Oof, I love that from John Griffin to start. This season 3 is truly the end of the beginning. And again, just based on your kind of 3-act structure story style, that tells me that we probably at least have 6 seasons to look forward to, maybe a little bit more even. But I love that they're kind of describing season 3 as the quote unquote end of the beginning. So from here on out, it looks like the story is really going to get clicked over and kind of cranked up into the next gear, into that next level, so to speak. And speaking of next levels, in that Tabitha scene, when we see Tabitha walking out of the hospital, it seems, in that trailer, one thing we notice, and I don't know if this is the production screwing with us or if they're trying to add some credence to Tabitha is in level 2, but one thing I did notice, right next to Tabitha, we have level 2. Level 2, ladies and gents, level 2. Now, I saw this and I instantly thought, I mean, is this creators maybe trolling us a little bit? I have to imagine they're aware of the theory that a lot of the fandom has. It seems like the fandom was kind of split down the middle, as opposed to, is Tabitha in the real world, or is Tabitha in some, people have been calling it a level 2 of Fromville. And here we see level 2 right there. Nice little Easter egg, something that you probably wouldn't catch unless you really kind of dissect these trailers like we do. But yeah, I just thought that was kind of funny. And I get the feeling it's just a little wink and a nod to the fan base. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe it's more.
Yeah, I would imagine they probably have a lot of fun thinking of ways that maybe we could, what Easter eggs could we throw in here just to troll them and mess with their heads, knowing that we're going to dissect every single frame of this, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I love that stuff. I love stuff like that. It shows me that the writers and the creators of From actually care about the fans, and they actually care about the fandom and the theories that we're talking about, the discussions that we're having. It seems like the creators of From seem to have their ear to the ground concerning their fandom much more than most of the shows that you see out there every day. Because again, I mean, they must have heard some of the kind of light criticisms that some of the fan base gave after season 2, stating that a lot of people really wanted some more answers. And here they come in season 3. They're promising us some answers. So I genuinely, this is why I have so much confidence behind the people that are in charge of from the head of MGM all the way at the top down to, the cast and crew of From itself. I have a lot of faith in the people that are running and making this show, because again, it does seem like they care about the fandom. They care about the quality of this show and where it goes, and they care about providing us with a good, satisfying story. They wouldn't have kind of gone out of their ways to kind of hammer us over the head with the fact that we are going to get answers in season 3 if they didn't hear us asking for answers in season 2. And I love that. Some studios hear criticism from fans and they take it in a very negative light. And I hate to point out Disney for this, but Disney is kind of famous for doing this, where sometimes some of their shows will get critiqued and some of those criticisms are met with hostility. But when, criticism at the end of the day is meant to help. It is meant to help things improve when it's coming from a constructive place. Obviously, you have your trolls out there that are just being assholes. Those people you want to ignore, of course. But, for most of us as a fandom, I think the criticisms that we had for season 2, or at least the criticisms that some people had about wanting more answers, were delivered fair and concise. And I didn't see anybody crapping on the show. Everyone was loving the show. They just wanted a little bit more answers. And I could understand that. I was fine with season 2 myself personally. I didn't even want more answers. Knowing that this is a mystery box style of show, I was totally prepared for the first 2 or even 3 seasons to be all mystery, with the answers coming later on. So I was kind of fine not getting answers, but I can't ignore that I did get a lot of comments from people saying that they wish they would have got a little bit more answers by the time season 2 ended. But again, the showrunners and the head of MGM, it seems like they have listened to that criticism and they have applied it to their show, and they're trying to create an even better product for us, the fans, where sometimes that criticism is met with, again, hostility from other studios. So again, long story short, it just gives me a lot of faith in the people that are producing the show of From. They seem to really want to give us a good product, and I respect the hell out of them for that, without a doubt.
Absolutely. I love that they seem to really be listening, like paying attention to what the fandom is saying and what we're theorizing about, because we're investing quite a bit of time in this, and we we enjoy it. We're invested in it, and it's awesome to see that they're paying attention.
It is. And another thing I really like is how interactive the cast and crew is with the fandom. Every single time this show is on, every Sunday night, it airs at 9 p.m. Eastern on the MGM network. Now, if you're an MGM subscriber, you sometimes get access to it a little bit earlier, right after midnight. But for the show's actual airtime, it always airs Sunday night at 9 p.m. And every Sunday night, like clockwork, you see pretty much the entire cast on Twitter and on Instagram live tweeting along with all of the fans while the show is active. I can't count how many times I've had direct interactions with Harold Perrineau and all of them. Liz Saunders is another one that is super active on social media, and she's so freaking cool. Liz Saunders plays Donna, of course, and definitely thoughts and prayers go out to Donna and her husband, Liz Saunders. She recently posted that they had a little bit of a fender bender, a little bit of a car accident, and over the week. And luckily, nobody was seriously hurt, so I'm really glad to hear that. But I posted on her thing, I was like, "Hey, look on the bright side. At least you didn't end up in Fromville," and she liked it. And that's what's cool about the cast. They're super interactive on social media, and they will reply to you if you guys are tweeting along. Every Sunday night when the show answers, you will get replies from Harold, from Liz. Scott McCord is another one, super active on Twitter usually. Victor, super friendly, one of the coolest freaking guys. So I really love it. It really sets this cast apart from many of the other shows that I've been fans of, where the cast is so interactive with the fan base. They're right there every Sunday.
Oh my God, I can't wait. As somebody who's new to this, like just the thought of being able to interact with the cast while it's airing, I'm so excited. So excited. It's so cool.
It's cool. It does. It adds an extra layer of, again, it shows that they really care about the show and the fandom, and they want to give us the best experience possible, and they go the extra mile where some shows don't. But yeah. Awesome stuff. Now let's go back to that clip that we just played here. We see Boyd and Kenny are rushing down the street for something. We see Boyd kind of pulling his gun out too, so they're seeing something. They are seeing something. But this is an interesting one. This is one that we did see previously in the other trailer. Now we're still not 100% sure why Ethan opens up the door, but we do see a little bit of a better scene of this here, where Granny gets inside, and we even see a shot of the Granny physically changing. Like we can see her turning into monster mode in one of the scenes. Next, of course, we get a closer look at Cannibal Village. Here we can see one of our totems. And this, I was always wondering how big these totems were, because we haven't seen a whole lot of shots of people right next to totems. And here you get, at least just for size and scale, you get a better idea as to how big these totems are going to be. We got Kenny here and the totem right here. They seem to be around, shoulder length high around there. But yeah, here we have them entering into, as the fandom has been dubbing it, Cannibal Village. And it looks like they're going to be spending a night here. If those season 1 episode photos are accurate, it does look like they're not only entering Cannibal Village, but if we look at these photos here, it looks like they are actually spending a night in one of these cabins. They're staying the night here. And I mean, I certainly hope they have a talisman on them, if nothing else.
Yeah. That's what I'm guessing. I think they probably brought one with them, and it looks like when they're in one of those cabins, they have a bunch of Tupperware, like they brought food with them. So I think they intended to stay. Like they probably intended to camp out. This place must be further out than you could make it back before sunset. That's probably why no one's found it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's probably a really good probability. And like you said, that they came prepared with little sleeping mats and everything. They definitely seemed like they knew they were going to be out here for an extended duration. And it makes you think either one of two things. I mean, we do hear in the synopsis that Kenny is going to lead a group out into the forest to look for food, but that doesn't come until, like episode 3 or 4, I believe. So if this is episode 1, what is beckoning Kenny and Jim out into the forest in episode 1? Could they be looking for Tabitha, maybe? I don't know. I don't know.
That's what I think. Yeah, that's what makes sense to me. They probably are.
Jim being there is what makes me think they could potentially be looking for Tabitha here, and this isn't necessarily their food run that they do later. Although,
yeah,
who knows? We never know how accurate the stills are for all being episode 1, and we never know how accurate sometimes IMDb can be. So, but yeah, either way, it does look like we're going to have an interesting kind of time here in Cannibal Village as Kenny and Jim stay the night. And anyone who has seen Yellow Jackets, I don't know if it's just me, but second I saw this still, this looks exactly like the interior of the cabin on Yellow Jackets. Not the big cabin, but the smaller one where Jackie's body is kept. It looks exactly like that same freaking cabin, like literally like the same cabin. Have you seen Yellow Jackets, Julie?
I have not. I have not seen it yet.
You gotta check it out.
I keep getting recommended that show, so I got to check it out.
It's good. It is really, really good. If you like Frub, you'll probably like Yellow Jackets. It seems like they have a decent crossover from the fan base in terms of similar kind of mystery style stories, very ambiguous things that are happening in Yellow Jackets and I love how Yellow Jackets plays it where you're not 100% sure if these are supernatural things going on or if it's all just psychological things that are going on inside their heads. The show plays it so purposely ambiguous. It's like they don't want you to know if it's real or if it's just in their heads. I think it's real. I think a lot of the stuff that we're seeing in Yellow Jackets is definitely pointing a little bit more towards the supernatural realm, but they leave that little area of doubt in the show to make you think that maybe it's just in their heads, but I definitely think it's supernatural, personally.
Okay, see,
but yeah,
I would
Yellow
love
Jackets
that.
we'll definitely be covering.
Like, I would love that kind of thing. See, I love that psychological type of drama where you're questioning whether something is in their heads or whether it's really happening. I mean, it brings me back to some Twilight Zone vibes. Like, there were some episodes that were ambiguous and you wondered, like, is this really happening or is it in their heads? Have they just gone insane? Is this paranormal or not? I love that.
Yes, indeed. And yes, if you are saying, can I unmute now in terms of the Yellow Jacket spoilers, then yes. If you were trying to avoid Yellow Jacket spoilers, yes, you can now unmute. But yeah, I will definitely be covering Yellow Jackets when it comes back on. I'm really looking forward to seeing that show. So absolutely, Alyssa Ann, we will be diving headfirst into Yellow Jackets when it does come around. Up next, we have another shot of Tabitha, and we get a little bit more confirmation that she does indeed have the lunchbox with her, which a lot of us did assume anyway. We saw that shot earlier, and we could see the rope around her, but it didn't actually show the lunchbox. But just seeing the rope kind of gave us confirmation that she does have the lunchbox with her. So there we go. We get that. And now we get this interesting shot, and it looks like this is probably most likely the shot when she is seeing the boy in white. When she's looking across the way, I mean, you look at the look on her face. She's looking at something that is making her, at least inquisitively looking in that direction. So I wouldn't be too surprised if this is the shot where she's seeing the boy in white wave to her from across the street.
Yeah,
could be.
Could be.
Yeah. We got Dear Friend up here. I tried to look in the background for anything that might be some kind of hint. We got this lady creeping up behind her. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Are you just a creepy lady? Are you just an extra? I don't know.
Yeah. So like this kind of thing. We dissect everything with
She's
this.
looking right at Tabitha.
She's
looking right at Tabitha. So it's like, what are you doing? You just an extra, or you creepy? Which one? One of the two. I guess we'll find out. Here we have Tabitha with the lunchbox, and the way that she's looking up, I wouldn't be surprised if she's looking at the bottle tree here, seeing the bottles in the tree outside Henry's. She's looking very high up based on her eyes. So I would imagine she's looking at the tree there. This is another interesting one. We have actually, let's just go back to actually, we already dissected these stills. What am I saying? Let's go back to the actual trailer. Sorry, guys. But after we see them entering Cannibal Village, we see them looking at something inquisitively. Probably, maybe this is when they're first seeing a totem, maybe, or first laying eyes on the town, maybe, one of the two. But this is an interesting one, and this is one that I really wanted to discuss because it kind of plays into a theory that I've had, and I know others have had as well, in terms of the after effects that the cicada coma might have had on Julie. We hear Julie say, "This place has gotten inside me." And I don't think that is just meant to showcase that, it's getting inside her head. We literally saw this place get inside her in season 2 when she was possessed by the cicada entity. And we see in some of the synopsis that at one point in season 1, Julie is going to be dealing with some kind of quote unquote trauma, they call it. And then we also see Randall kind of dropping in one of these trailers and seem to be writhing on the ground at one point. And I don't think that's a coincidence that it's both Julie and Randall that are having occurrences like this, considering they are 2 of the 3 cicada coma survivors. So I'm starting to wonder if that is the thing that Julie is going to be dealing with in season 3, some kind of PTSD, some kind of residual effect of being in that cicada coma. I wonder what toll it's going to be taking on them afterwards, because it seems like it's going to be affecting them. It doesn't seem like they're just walking away from the cicada coma 100%. It seems like there are some lasting effects here.
Yeah. I mean, there's that episode description that said that Julie and Randall search for ways to deal with their trauma, something like that.
Yep.
So yeah, they're definitely going to be dealing with some kind of PTSD type after effects, but with that supernatural twist where, they might have the sensation of the cicadas still, like Randall writhing on the ground, and something is kind of remote.
Or they start seeing cicadas all over the place that nobody else can see, something trippy like that.
Yeah.
Something's going to happen.
And I tend to think that that maybe like this could be used as a weapon against them when they're trying to help or they're trying to do something that this entity doesn't want them to do. Like Randall out there, maybe he was trying to help at night, and then he's just triggered with these cicada sensations. And we've got the monsters all hovering around him.
Yes. And we see the monsters just standing there overing him, not attacking him. It seems like they're more observing him. Very similar to, again, the whole Boyd taking out Smiley thing. The monsters were looking down at Smiley in that very same manner.
Yeah.
But yeah, I get the feeling Julie's going to have some kind of residual effect from that cicada coma like thing that she was in. I think it's going to be affecting her in some way, shape, or form. Let's see what you guys are saying as well. The boy in white was probably leading her to the bottle tree house, and that was one of the theories as well, that we see the boy in white waving to her in the real world. Could he potentially be pointing maybe in the direction of Henry's house? I think that's a possibility.
Yeah.
I always kind of was hoping that the priest was going to lead Tabitha to Henry's house, but it very well could be the boy in white just pointing in the right direction, maybe. That's very possible.
Yeah, kind of leading her there. I was thinking the priest as well, but after seeing that, he's off in the distance. How he's led Victor around before. He led Victor and Julie to the tree after the colony house or during the colony house massacre. So, it wouldn't be the first time he's leading people somewhere. He might be leading her to Henry's house. And I mean, I think he pushed her out specifically so that she could find Henry in the first place, and possibly Eloise. So it would make sense if he's there kind of guiding her.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the thing, he sends her back into this real world, but as far as we know, up until that point anyway, he didn't give her any information, no added context as to why he sent her there. But again, I definitely think, like you said, he sent her there for a reason. If not to bring Eloise back, then to bring something Eloise took from Phil back. So it's one of those two I'm almost guaranteed of. She was sent there to bring something or someone back. But I guess we'll see. does she eventually act mad and get pulled into an ambulance and end up back in Fromville? Tabby is like she thinks she is going somewhere else, then surprise. Ooh, that's an interesting possibility. I mean, and there's definitely some hints and evidence pointing to her maybe showing up back in Fromville as early as episode 4, even. Again, when the ambulance seems to arrive. I mean, the episode title, There and Back Again. There's some other interesting theories that you and both Tony have had that definitely support some surrounding evidence that she could be returning earlier than we may be expected. And again, I definitely think it's not a coincidence that we see a ambulance arriving from Camden, Maine, right after Tabitha lands in Camden, Maine, of all people, almost like Tabitha's entry into Camden, Maine, maybe left some sort of doorway open, for lack of a better term, and that's why the ambulance is able to find its way into Fromville, because there's some kind of residual doorway that was maybe still stuck open from Tabitha's escape. But yeah, there's definitely not a coincidence that they both seem to be in Camden, Maine. But yeah, we'll take the party back.
At the very least, it can't be a coincidence. That's too uncanny, right? So, so whether she comes back or not, I do think that ambulance is coming from wherever Tabitha is, and I think that Acosta, the cop, will have met Tabitha. So she'll, if Tabitha's not there, that cop will be able to tell everyone, Tabitha escaped. I met her. I questioned her. She was a missing person. So yeah. So it's exciting either way.
It does. And as Michael Dice points out, and we were talking about that last night in the Discord as well, the car accident that we see Tabitha and Henry get into could also, line up with that even more. We see the car accident that they get in looks gnarly. It's not a little fender bender. They get absolutely T-boned by a truck. And maybe that could be how they end up in the ambulance. And I thought that was an interesting theory that you said, that maybe even Henry will end up back in Fromville with Tabitha, which it's possible. It's certainly possible they could both be back there, I guess. But yeah, the car crash could support it even more. Absolutely, Michael. Absolutely. All right, let's see.
Was it a truck?
We can see.
Was it a truck that hit them? It was such a quick shot. It was hard to see.
It's a super quick shot, but if you look here, it looks like it's a raised vehicle, like it's a little bit up high. Let me see. I think I have the shot here somewhere. Here, yeah. See the shot? Almost looks like it's a van or a truck. It looks like it's a little bit high. I mean, maybe it's just the perspective is off and it's just a regular car, but it almost looks like it's a little bit higher than Henry's car. But yeah, you don't really. This is the clearest shot that we get of it in the trailer anyway. And then we see he's got his car freshener at least, so that's good.
I was gonna say, if it was a dump truck, that would be crazy, because in that premonition dream, there was a toy ambulance and a toy dump truck, and in the real lighthouse, they were there even when she got to the real lighthouse. That toy ambulance and a toy dump truck. So I have to think there's going to be some kind of dump truck involved somewhere in this storyline. It was put there for a reason. That thing looks too small, whatever that vehicle is. But yeah,
or a tow truck, or a dump truck, a little too small for that, maybe.
It's too small, but that would have been cool.
No, it would have been, and maybe we'll still see it in some other capacity. Like you said, I mean, it didn't seem like it seems like most of these objects have showed up in the show in some capacity up until this point. Most of them, not all of them, but maybe we'll see the dump truck at somewhere else. And then after they get hit, it looks like we see Tabitha and Henry have, at least Tabitha anyway, seems to have a nasty little bump on the dashboard here.
Oh,
So there's the car accident for you.
I've experienced that firsthand. That's not fun.
Oh, me too. It's not fun. That's not fun.
No,
not fun at all.
My knees slamming into the dashboard, my airbag deploying, the whole thing. Like it was horrific. Yeah, it's not something I'd wish on my worst enemy. It's scary.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah.
It is not fun. Let's see what else we got. And one thing I also noticed, I know we talked about this in the Discord a little bit, but we noticed that the nurse monster is coming back, but this does not look like the same actress who played the nurse in season 2 at all. Looks totally different, and I that is going to be a shame if that same nurse actress doesn't return in season 3. That's gonna be a little bit of a shame because she was one of the coolest looking freaking monsters that we have gotten up until this point. But maybe it's a different one. Maybe there's 2 nurse monsters. I suppose that's possible. But this does not look like the same actress who played the creepy nurse in season 2. Like, not even in the slightest.
That's a shame.
So,
Yeah, there was something so
Yeah.
creepy and unsettling about her face, that nurse. I just love that monster, but yeah, that's too bad if that's a different one. Looks like
Looks
her.
like it's a different one.
Her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And based on whatever's happening in this barn, we see in that earlier scene, the mechanic, the cowboy, and this professor looking dude, all 3 of them holding Boyd down, and the nurse is out of frame. So it stands to reason whoever is getting tortured, it might be the nurse doing the torturing. That's why we don't see her in the original scene. She's off on the other side of the room doing the deed. So yeah, it's I guess we'll find out if it's the same actress or not, but just based on the few shots we've seen in these trailers, it looks like it's a different actress from season 2, which I'm sure this one will be great as well. But that nurse from season 2 was creepy. And I love this shot. It seems like as soon as Boyd gets into the barn, he sees something that causes this look on his face and he screams, and then they grab him. And then they grab him, and then you see the monster kind of slash him. It kind of happens really fast. But as soon as he gets in there, it looks like he's looking across the room at something that is horrifying him. So what the fuck is happening in this barn? Like, again, I love the Fatima potentially giving birth in this barn under monster control. Like that would be such a sick and gnarly scene to watch. But yeah, I don't know what the hell is happening in this barn. It's freaking him out though.
Honestly, I think that, like, I initially had that theory when I first saw the teaser that it was going to be Fatima having the baby ripped out of her in the barn, and then I kind of abandoned that theory for a while. You know, I was so convinced of it from first time I saw the teaser, and then I kind of abandoned it because I thought, okay, this doesn't really make sense if it's happening at the beginning of the season. Based on the full trailer, I thought it doesn't make sense, but now I'm reevaluating that. This scene could happen later. I don't think Tian Shen is the one in the barn. So
I don't think so either.
I mean,
she could be. I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But something tells me that those are 2 different scenes as well.
I think so. Yeah, I think I'm going back to my original theory. Yeah.
I mean, it's tough though. It's really tough because then we see Jade helping Boyd carry the cart the next morning, and if Tian Shen wasn't there, that would definitely explain at least Jade's involvement maybe. But yeah, it's tough, and that's what's fun about these trailers. They deliberately kind of play the sleight of hand trick every once in a while where they show you one thing and you think one thing, then you see another trailer a few weeks later and it kind of dashes that theory and you start thinking something else. They're very, very clever at making us look left when something's really happening at the right. So I gotta say they're good.
Yeah,
they are good.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else we got. I'm feeling more confident than ever that the boy in white is helping them, and yeah, he very well could be. That's been another very big discussion among the fandom. Is the boy in white helping them, or does the boy in white maybe have some more nefarious means that we haven't quite seen yet? I think there's definitely more evidence that he's helping, I think, but you can't ignore some of the sus things that the boy in white has done as well, like sending Boyd into the tree where he just magically gets the worms right before he and Sarah are literally getting super close to the lighthouse, almost like the boy in white didn't want Boyd and Sarah to find the lighthouse. But again, could just be reading into things, and maybe the boy in white is really trying to help and we just don't really know his full motives yet. That is definitely possible, but I kind of go back and forth on that, whether or not the boy in white is here to help or not. Some things make me think yes. Some things make me think maybe he's a little sus. I don't know. What about you on the boy in white? If you had to pick one definitive answer, and I'd love to hear the chat as well. If you guys had to pick one definitive answer, do you think the boy in white is here to help the survivors, or is there something else that he's playing at? What about you, Joe?
I've always been on the side of the boy in white with the pure little boy look and the white clothes. I think that was a misdirect, and I've never trusted him. Even when he seems to be helping, I just think I think it's more self-serving, or maybe he's helping them survive. At least he's helping them, in certain cases. He helps Victor and Julie get into a tree and get them to safety. Like, he does that, but he doesn't do the ultimate thing that he could do to help them, which is lead them all to the exit. If he knows the way out, then why not lead them all to the exit? And so, I mean, either he is completely, an evil entity, or he's trying to keep a more dangerous evil entity trapped in there, and he's kind of forced to perpetuate this vicious cycle. And it's just kind of like the trolley car problem. He's he's allowing harm to come to these people, and even contributing to it, like directing Boyd into that tree where he got the worms in the dungeon. He may be doing that to kind of protect the rest of the world from having some kind of more dangerous evil entity released into the world. So that's where I'm at on that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No, I like it. I like it. And as always, it seems like the fan base is kind of split on this one as well, as to whether or not people think the boy in white is sus or here to help. But the chat seems to be kind of split a little bit down. It seems like a lot of people think he might be sus. Alyssa Ann says sus, something else. Joel says sus as well. Susan isn't 100% sure. Leah says boy in white is not here to help people. Wolf Spear says, I think the boy in white is working to drive the people in a particular direction. Yeah, I mean, what is that direction? I mean, is it good? Is it evil? Or does he simply have his own plan, and he's just using whatever pieces on the board he can to achieve that end? Maybe he's neither good nor evil. He's just has his own plan. Could be that. Oh my God, I said the same thing. I can't trust anyone or anything associated with this place. Again, it is tough. I mean, you look at how crazy this place is. You see the manner in which he sent Tabitha to the real world. It's on one hand, you think maybe he was trying to help her, but then again, why not just tell her? I don't know. I think he didn't just outright tell her, because she probably would have said no. I mean, you think Tabitha ever would have agreed to leave this place without her family? Probably not. But I don't know. Again, I kind of go back and forth on it. I think he's a puka, which means he's just playing. Maybe. Susan wants him to be evil. Okay. Want the boy in white to be evil. That is cool. Quan Solar says the boy in white helps them to help himself. I want to know why he's trapped. Ooh, interesting. Like you said, maybe he's just playing the pieces on the board because he has his own motive that we don't quite know yet, and maybe that's one of his motives. Is he trapped there? Is his physical form trapped there? We've seen that he can kind of reach out into the real world. I mean, he's waving to Tabitha in the real world, but how much agency does he have over in the real world? Is he potentially trapped in Fromville? Maybe. I suppose it's possible. All I know is they better not change the intro song. I hope not. The intro song is absolutely phenomenal. Their intro song is almost as good as our intro song. There is a reason for that. I don't know. I think is somewhat conniving. I don't think he is there to help. So yeah, it seems like the chat, the majority of the chat anyway, seems to think he might be a little sus. I think it's as simple as the lighthouse isn't their quest. He's Victor's alter ego. He doesn't realize it either. Ooh, interesting, Golden Child. Interesting. Almost like Victor maybe conjured him up, and Victor doesn't even really know that this boy in white maybe came from his subconscious. That's a cool one. I like that. Yeah, I don't trust him. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I 100% trust him either. I don't know if I 100% trust him either. Boy in white is maneuver characters like chess pieces, maybe, and exactly, maybe that's it. Maybe he's just again using the pieces on the board to his advantage. Now, what is his end game? I don't know. I don't know. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, what could be his plan, says Anne. That's the big question. What exactly is his plan? And and good night to Robert Saunders as well. Thank you for hanging out with us, Robert. Good night, my friend. I hope you are doing well. But yeah, what's his plan? I don't know what his plan is. I don't know. He could have gave Victor the old portal to help, but he just let that kid run around for 40 years until someone more worthy came along. Ooh, God, this Victor / Boy and White dynamic throws me for a loop sometimes. And you do bring up a really good point. I mean, it seems like it'd be hard to convince an entire town to kind of just jump off a lighthouse. But when Victor was here alone, why not just show Victor the way out? That's a good point.
That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. Like, if he were truly good, why would you let this 10-year-old boy stay there alone in a town full of dead bodies all by himself? Like, why would you do that? I mean, unless somehow his
could it
hands are tied.
potentially be the boy and could it potentially be the boy in white was lonely and wanted company?
That could be. That could be. Either way, it
I
wouldn't
don't know,
make
but
him
it is
good.
sus. It is sus though. It's super sus. You can't deny the susness of it, I guess.
Yes.
But yeah, it's so hard to guess, as Jen Hack says. It is. But again, that's for me. That's what's so fun about this show is diving into these things and seeing what'll happen, what'll be right, what'll be wrong, and having fun along the way and discussing it with all of you. Yep, I think two entities are the chess players, residents are the pieces, boy in white is or represents one of the opposing entities. And that is definitely a very strong theory that's been in the fandom for a while. I know Terran's theory kind of leans a little bit into that, with there being two kind of cosmic beings playing this kind of tarot game. We have also had some other theories that there are two kind of opposing entities that are in opposition to one another, and that maybe the two big symbols in the cave both represent one of those entities. So yeah, there has been a lot of theories out there that, like you said, all of the metaphors that we get to chess in particular, we get so many chess metaphors and so much actual chess itself. So yeah, you start to think if Fromville is the board and the survivors are the pieces, like the survivors and the monsters are maybe the pawns, the low pawns. Then maybe we need to meet some of the rooks and some of the knights and who's the queen, who's the king, stuff like that. Meet the rest of these players, because we do know, at least we think we know anyway, based off some of the evidence we've gotten, that the monsters might only be the tip of the spear, that there's probably some other things out here, which we saw one of these other things in season 2 with the entity that Boyd freed. I imagine there's more other horrors out there in the forest that we haven't even seen yet. But yeah, maybe the boy in white is a representative of one of these sides. That's certainly a possibility. The boy in white lured Tabitha to the lighthouse to do his bidding in the real world, and that's kind of where I think the most. That's the one that I like the most, anyway.
Yeah.
Because again, he can't just come outright and say, "Hey, Tabitha, I want you to go to the real world. Jump out of this lighthouse, go to the real world, and pick this up for me." There's no way Tabitha would ever agree to that. She would never agree to leaving her family in here while she escaped. She'd never let that happen. So then, yeah, maybe he just kind of took matters into his own hands, laid these breadcrumbs to make Tabitha think that she's saving these Ankui children. Really, he's luring her to the lighthouse the whole time to push her out of it, send her to the real world. Now she has no choice. She has no choice but to work to find her way back, to find her family, because we know Tabitha isn't just going to start a whole new life now that she's in the real world. The boy in white must know she's going to do everything in her power to get back to her family, or to save her family too. So it's the perfect kind of agent to have out there in the real world to do your bidding with, potentially. So yeah, I agree with you, Soph. I think you're 100% correct. I think the boy in white sent her there to bring someone or something back, either Eloise or something Eloise took with her when she escaped. Because I do believe Eloise escaped as well. I mean, we don't have confirmation of that, but we seem to have some decent evidence that Eloise might have made it out. But yeah.
Yeah,
I like
exactly. That's why he said, I'm sorry, I really am, but this is the only way. He has some kind of plan for Tabitha, right? It's definitely, there's something he wants her to do out there, and that's why he's appearing to her out there now. We have even more evidence, like he's leading her in a certain direction. Yeah.
We do. We got some interesting evidence, again, at least at the very least, that we know he can at least manifest himself in the real world if he's not physically there. So he'll at least be able to communicate with Tabitha in some small way, and maybe the boy in white will reach out in some way to kind of let Tabitha know what she needs to do to get back. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Justin White says, if the boy in white pushed you out the window and you had no family ties stuck in Fromville, would you find a way back to save the rest or enjoy a normal life? Ooh, interesting question, Justin. I love how you threw the family thing in there. Because if my family was in there, then yes, 100%, I would definitely try to find a way back to save my family. Family is everything to me. I was raised with very strong family values. I very much value my family. So yeah, if my family was there, no question, I would try to find a way back. If I didn't have any family ties in there, would I try to find a way back or just live a normal life? Eesh. I don't know. What about you, Julie? What about you? Would you try to find a way back if you didn't have anything tying you there? I mean, on one hand, I would feel bad just leaving these people to slaughter, but on the other hand, I'm no superhero. I'm just a dude.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
What about you? And what
it's
about you,
tough.
chat, as well?
Yeah, it's tough. You know, I not to sound totally selfish, but I gotta say, if I didn't have family in there, I mean, as much as you come to care about these people, obviously they kind of became like a family. They care about each other. They lean on each other. And it would be heartbreaking to know that they were still stuck there. But if I didn't have actual family there, I gotta say, I don't think I would try to find a way back, but I would try to maybe investigate on the outside, like see what I could find out. Like, is there anyone else who's escaped from there? Like, whatever I could do on the outside, I would want to do.
Yeah, and I think that's, if I wasn't going to fully commit myself to finding a way actually back in, then I think that, yeah, you're right. At the very least, the bare minimum we could do is try to investigate a little bit and try and at least learn a little bit more about the place. I think I would do that regardless. I mean,
Right.
even if I was the only person in Fromville and I escaped, probably one of the first things I would do when I got back in the real world was try to research this thing. Has anyone else ever heard of this place? Like, what can I find out about it? Again, I always have a very inquisitive mind in terms of trying to figure out how things work. So yeah,
Yes.
I think I would at the very least try and figure out some information on it. Would I go back myself? I don't know. Again, like I said, I'm no superhero. I'm just the dude playing the dude disguised as another dude at the end of the day. So that'd be a tough one. That would be a tough one.
I'm
But
with
yeah,
you.
that's a
I'd,
very good
I'd be
question,
too.
Justin.
I'd be too inquisitive not to investigate it too, because I have my nature just causes me to question everything. So I would be like, I mean, for the rest of my life, I would be trying to investigate what the hell happened to me. Like, what is this place? But yeah, I don't think I would try to go back.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Wait, that might be while he said this is the only way you would leave your family by force. Recently, I heard a story about scientists using spider venom to cure Parkinson's. Sound familiar? Yes, indeed. I did see that as well. I saw an old video from that channel, Fromland. And he put out a video super early on, like during season 1, and he was kind of tying the spider venom and how scientists are actively using spider venom right now as a cure for, or not as a cure, but as a treatment for Parkinson's. And yeah, Ty, it makes you think. I mean, we see Boyd get bit up by all these spiders in season 1, and after he gets the worms, also, it seems like his Parkinson's is gone. At very least, Boyd says to Father Cautry, the Father Cautry apparition, he says, I don't have the shakes anymore, but now I got these damn worms under my skin. So Boyd thought that the worms cured his Parkinson's, but what if it was really the spider bites that cured his Parkinson's? Yeah. I pick up where you're putting down, Ty. I'm with you, my friend. I am with you. Let's see what else we got. The boy in white isn't a boy. If he is a kid, he is bad as hell. Yeah, he's certainly no boy. That is a very good point, as CJ points out. I mean, he appears in the form of a child, but at the very least, we've seen him in Fromville back in 1978 when Victor was a child right after the first massacre. So that stands to reason he's decades old, maybe even older. Who knows when this boy in white is really from, what time period he's really from. But at the very least, we know he's 50 plus years old. But yeah, he always appears as a boy. Now, is that because he wants to appear as a little boy to kind of bring people's guard down a little bit, to kind of get, I mean, you're going to have an easier time getting people to feel a little, not trust you, but a little bit more comfortable around you if you are in this kind of boyish form. It lets people's guard down. You don't come off as much of a threat. So is he choosing to use this boy form as the boy in white, or is he stuck in this form? Like, did something happen to him when he was a child and he's been stuck in that form ever since, maybe similar to the Ankui children? I don't know. I'm not sure. But like you said, either way, he's certainly not a boy. He might look like a boy, but he is not a boy. I don't know. That is a tough one. Yeah, and I'm wondering how the hell did he live so long? Again, I mean, Victor credits the boy in white with helping him survive for a little bit, but there's still just, I mean, one person, one boy from 10 years old surviving by himself in this place for that long without any talisman. I don't know, Julie. Victor's sus.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's impossible for him to have survived that long. So either Victor is sus, or it's just that I think it's more likely that he's been protected by the boy in white for some reason. Like he's been under his protection from the time he was a kid. And that's why he can hide out in his peach truck with no talisman. And like he had nothing in there until Boyd brought a talisman that night. So yeah, I think I don't know. He's either sus himself, or it's just that he's been under the boy in white's protection until he has a replacement already. And I think that Ethan is that replacement. And once Ethan fully takes over that role, I think Victor would become expendable at that point. And then that's when we're going to see him go.
Or does Victor have to die for Ethan to take over that role in the first place? Like, and maybe is that causing some kind of problem? We have seen a lot of, at least certain hints that there's not some kind of loop going on, or at least history repeating itself in some small way, shape, or form, with characters' storylines very much mirroring each other. And yeah, I mean, is Ethan meant to become the next Victor? I mean, he very well might. He might have been a figment of Victor's imagination, but Ethan has seen him, so he isn't. And that's the thing. I mean, we've seen, when we look at all the characters that have actually seen the boy in white, we see Victor has seen him, Ethan has seen him, Sarah has seen him, Tabitha has seen him now. So a lot more characters are starting to see this boy in white. Elgin sees him in his dream. So we've got at least 5 different characters right there that have seen him. So if he was just some figment of Victor's imagination, then yeah, it would stand to reason that only Victor would be seeing him, unless he started as a figment of Victor's imagination and took on a presence or a life of his own. We have seen some other hints that things can literally be manifested in this forest from people's fears, their dreams, and could potentially the boy in white have come from something like that? If not Victor, maybe somebody else's mind. I don't know, but like you said, it's hard to think that he's just a figment of Victor's imagination alone, with everybody else that's seeing him now. So, yeah. And he does seem to have some kind of physical form as well. We see the rain hitting him at the end of season 1. We see him physically push Tabitha out of the window. So he does seem to have a physical body at somewhere. He is corporeal in some scenes. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, Boy in the White might be an entity who does have the same morals as we do. That's certainly a possibility. That is certainly a possibility. A game of chance. The Boy in White's plan could be a surprise to him as well. Ooh, interesting. And yeah, does Victor have Stockholm Syndrome to a certain degree? I think he does, and I don't think Victor's the only one. I think even Donna has it to a certain degree. Because, I mean, not only do we see how Victor reacted to the potential of getting out of here, he straight up tells Jade, this is my home. And you can kind of understand his point of view. I mean, this is the only place he's ever known. I mean, he doesn't know what the real world's like all these decades later, or if he even has any family out there or not, or anyone that cares about him. If this Henry character is Victor's father, we have no idea if they had a good relationship or a bad relationship. Maybe Victor doesn't want anything to do with him. Like, there's so many factors we just don't know. One thing we do know, though, Victor doesn't seem to really want to leave this place too much, or at least he didn't at first. I think Tabitha being gone might change some of Victor's motives. But at first, we hear Victor straight up say, this is my home. This is the only place he's ever known. And I get that to a certain extent. And even Donna, at the end of season 1, if we remember, we start to notice Donna starts acting incredibly erratic and incredibly hostile in some cases. And it's right at the time where they're building the radio tower and the whole town is expecting that they might get out in some way. There was real hope in the town that escape might be possible, at least when that radio tower was being built. And we see Donna's reaction to this, and it's not very positive. It's very negative, actually. Donna has a very visceral almost reaction to the potential of the possibility of her leaving. She grabs the axe, she starts tearing up the freaking floor with the axe. But even more so, she has that one conversation with Kenny and says, you might find if we do leave this place, there'll be more things here that you're going to miss more than you would have originally realized. Something along those lines, that there's some things that Kenny might miss. And I think Donna was probably referring to Christy in that moment. But yeah, I mean, you get the sense that Donna maybe doesn't fully want to leave this place, or at least she didn't in season 1. Because we hear what this place is to Donna as well. Colony House isn't just some place that is just this chaos and parties all the time. To Donna, Colony House is her family. It's her actual family. These people are her family members. And Donna truly feels like they have built something special here at Colony House. And if they get rescued, all of that goes away. So I do kind of see a little bit of the motives of Donna and Victor maybe not wanting to leave as much as everybody else.
Yeah, I get it. And like, we don't know Donna's full backstory, but she must have gone through some real shit in the real world for her to say something like, at least here the monsters have the decency to show you what they are, or something to that effect.
Yes, exactly. Good point. Very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some evidence, I think. There's some strong evidence that Donna doesn't really want to leave, maybe. But I don't know. It's could Stockholm Syndrome be playing some kind of part in Victor and Donna's cases? That's possible, Cam. I think that's a possibility for sure.
It looks like Donna's finally breaking down, though. I think Donna's had it based on the sobbing that she's doing in these scenes that we've been shown. Holy shit! Like, I mean, I think she's wants out. I think she's gonna want out at this point.
Maybe.
We've
never all of these crazy events that she's seeing kind of change her mind on it, or Fatima's pregnancy. Will Fatima's pregnancy play some kind of factor in Donna wanting to leave now as well? Because we saw how excited Donna was at the prospect of this pregnancy. And I have to imagine if anything's going to motivate Donna to want to leave, it's so a baby doesn't have to be raised in a hellhole like this. So could that kind of influence Donna to maybe want to leave a little bit more now to save Fatima and the baby, maybe? Especially as Fatima and the baby's health continues to get worse in season 2, which it seems like it's gonna.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she looks at Fatima clearly like a daughter. She treats her like a daughter. So she's very protective of her, and watching what seems to be like the life being drained out of her. She's pale as a ghost in the one of the more recent photos that just came out this week of her. She was laying in the clinic with Ellis. She was just white as a sheet. She is not looking well. I mean, obviously in the trailer, she was not looking well. So yeah, that's a good motivation for Donna to want to leave too. It's a good point.
Could be. Could very well be. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff, guys. And yeah, this is interesting. Victor sacrifices Ellis, sacrifice Christy, sacrifice Sarah, sacrifice right now. Eesh. I mean, could Victor... I like Victor's character a lot. He's definitely one of my favorite characters on the show. And not just characters, but I think Scott McCord is one of, if not the best actor on the show. The way that he manages to kind of just slip into this role of Victor so seamlessly and genuinely portrays himself like he is this traumatized 10-year-old kid stuck in this adult's body. And then you listen to the real Scott McCord in interviews and stuff like that, or see him in other roles. Like, the dude has such a range of acting skills. Like, he really is one of the best actors on the show with the portrayal that he manages to do. When you consider the stark difference of the actual person, Scott McCord, and how normal he is, and you see how he kind of just manages to pop right into this Victor character and plays it so freaking well. He's definitely one of my favorite actors in this up until this point. Not just on this show, but in general. He's one of my favorite actors. I'll be following his career, very closely going from here on out. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what he's going to uncover, at least in season 3, because we know he's going to be searching for some missing memories, and based on some of the synopsis, it looks like he is indeed going to uncover them successfully. So I guess we shall see. Yeah, Victor's getting flustered because people are making him change his strategy, and that's a very interesting point as well, Miss Deb. Because I mean, I have to imagine it's a big change for Victor, considering he's lived one certain particular way here for so long. Everything's always been the same. Nothing ever changes here, according to him. And now we see what's happening. Everything is changing. He's got no more peaches. The weather is changing. The food is running out. This place is getting more and more dangerous. So yeah, I mean, you have to wonder if Victor is maybe a little flustered at some of the meddling that might have been going on in Fromville, because I have to imagine that is probably some of the things that have caused some of these changes. All of these people trying to escape, trying to find answers. Whatever trapped them here seems to not want them to be going too far out looking for answers. And they continue to do that. They continue to kind of, quote unquote, break the rules. And you start to wonder, is this winter, the food shortage, and everything else that's being thrown at them, are these consequences for them trying to escape, maybe? Because everything's changing. The whole place is changing from top to bottom, and it's getting worse. It is not getting better.
Mm-hmm.
Donna and Victor are working together with the forces keeping the people in the town, says Sam. Ooh, interesting. I mean, Donna and Victor are, as far as we know, from the information that we have up until this point, Donna and Victor seem to be the two characters that have been here the longest.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it makes you think, at one point it was just Donna and Victor here. How long was that a thing for? How long was it just Donna and Victor here before the next person arrived? How long were they stuck in this place, just them two, without talismans? It makes you think. It makes you think what else Victor's been up to, and maybe what else Donna's been up to as well. I don't know. Good stuff. It's too sus that Victor was the only one like him to survive. I don't care how much I like him, something smells. I mean, he is the only survivor. I mean, we're not 100% sure what happened to Eloise yet. But, who knows? I mean, Eloise, a lot of us are thinking Eloise is alive and made it out, but we could get a whole curveball thrown at us that she's dead. That's definitely possible. But yeah, I mean, Victor was the only one that survived this massacre, and he wasn't even in a good hiding spot either. He's hiding right there in that root cellar with no talisman or anything. I mean, that is not a very good spot to hide. If someone's telling me to go somewhere to hide, I'm hiding somewhere where no one has a chance of finding me. Anywhere. I don't care if I have to climb a tree 100 freaking feet up and stay there silent as a mouse. I'll do that. But hiding, just sitting in this root cellar, just with only one exit you're completely trapped. If a monster opens that door and comes at you, you are completely trapped. There's no other back exit for you to get out of or anything like that. It's not a very good hiding spot. Yet he made it no problem throughout the entire massacre without a scratch on him. Is there a little bit more to how Victor survived? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Bowen White appears to Victor at this moment of maximum guilt and trauma and was gone for a time, Victor says at one point, starting to think that the place manifested the Bowen White from Victor's psyche. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. And I mean, you make some interesting points in terms of Victor was in an incredibly traumatic state at that point. The massacre had just happened. He's emerging from this root cellar, and he sees the entire town dead in front of him. Not just dead, but ripped to pieces in some cases. And then, yeah, boom, the Bowen White just appears. Was that some kind of defense mechanism that his subconscious deployed that he didn't really even realize, and that he manifested the Bowen White? Again, I think it's an interesting theory. I think it's a cool one. I don't know if that's the case, but I definitely like the theory. I definitely like the theory. What about you? Do you think there's a chance Victor could have manifested him, Julie?
I mean, I wouldn't rule anything out with this show. I always keep an open mind, and it's an interesting theory. I mean, it's not the theory that I'm going with at the moment, but I mean, I could see it. I could absolutely see it. You know, that he kind of manifested him. The timing is so strange how he appears in that moment. You know, Victor comes out of the root cellar, and there's just bodies everywhere, and then there's this Bowen White, you know, waving to him and getting on the merry-go-round. And it's just such a bizarre scene, you know, like it's like he's trying to cheer him up or like distract him from all this death and carnage. And so you never know. And it's going to be interesting to see more of that flashback that it looks like we're going to be getting based on the trailer. We see more, more of that flashback. So maybe a little more of the aftermath. Like, was the Bowen White leading Victor somewhere? I'm really interested to see more of that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like we see it looks to be a new shot. Like it's a much more zoomed in version of the Bowen White waving, whereas in the first time we saw him, it's a pretty wide shot that is kind of from overhead. You can see the Bowen White in the distance, but in this shot, like you said, it looks like it's a different part of that same scene. So yeah, maybe we'll get a little bit more backstory as to what really happened right after the massacre, or maybe even the night of the massacre. I like it. I like this as well. Find more spiders, extract venom, coat bullets in venom, and kill the monsters. Oof, imagine if the spider venom could take out the monsters. That's an interesting thought, Nick. That's an interesting thought. Yes, we love Victor. Victoria is the cool guy. Boyd is the boss guy. Boyd is the best actor, and Victor is the second best. Then comes Jade, then Donna, then Sarah. Oh, awesome. That is an awesome list. And I mean, you can't argue with that. They're all great performers. I mean, Boyd, Harold Perrineau, I mean, the dude's a veteran. I mean, you can see it in his performance. He gives everything, and not just in this show. You look at every role that Harold Perrineau has ever been in. From Lost to Romeo and Juliet to Oz to all of the other stuff, Sons of Anarchy. He's the dude's a veteran. He's been doing this for so long, and I imagine it's nice. It must be very nice to have a veteran presence like Harold on the set of From, you know, to kind of lead the charge, for lack of better terms. But yeah, I mean, something about Victor and Scott McCord, his performance, he's just such a good actor, man. He's such a good actor. The way that he's able to portray this Victor character, it's uncanny.
How many people could successfully play a child in an adult's body to that extent that he does, with the mannerisms and everything? It's really remarkable. Yep. It truly is.
It's insane. It's insane. It's insanely impressive. Like,
you see him in interviews, and he's like totally different in interviews. He's got this lightness about him. It's nothing like that persona as Victor.
Yeah, totally different. Yeah, I mean, the dude is next level. He is absolutely next level. And I think we might even actually see him in one of these season 3 in this new trailer that recently dropped. I believe there is one clip of him, and I think it might be this one.
At the end of last season, Boyd said to the creatures, "You don't break me."
No!
And they've taken that as a challenge.
You think this place can't break you? Let's see.
They're attacking Boyd psychologically, and he's really, really being pulled apart by all of this.
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Yeah.
there's one more disaster after the next, you can see the stress fractures.
People die here! I told you that! It's not make-believe!
He's so good, man. He is such a good actor. I keep saying I can't wait to see this scene, and I'm saying it for like every fucking scene at this point because all of these scenes look so good and so intriguing. There's not a single scene in any of these trailers that looks dull. Every single thing we have seen is just amping up my hype 10 times more for this freaking season to eventually come around. But yeah, that's going to be a fun one. Seeing Victor talk to Ethan, like, this is not make believe. People die here. Yeah, man. Right, Jen? He's just the dude is great. The dude is great, and all of them, absolutely, all of these actors and actresses are absolutely insanely good. Hell yeah, Alyssa. They really are such a good cast. Such a good cast. Let me scroll back up a little bit. See what you guys are saying. It's like the fat boy in Lost and his friend. Hurley. Good old Hurley. I like Hurley. Hurley was good. Hurley was
Dave.
pretty cool.
His friend Dave, right? Yeah, from the mental institution. Yeah.
That's right. Yes, Star. Yes, Hurley and Dave. Holy shit. Yeah. You might be right there. Okay. I forgot about Dave there for a second. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Dave and the Lost Slipper. Yeah, now it's coming back to me.
That reveal was so crazy when it was revealed that he wasn't even there to begin with. Even in the mental institution, he wasn't even there. Like,
yes, like come on, it's Taco Tuesday. He's playing basketball with him and shit. It's like, wow, he wasn't there the whole time.
And they revealed the photo. The photo, he has his arm around nothing. That was crazy.
He does. Yep. Good stuff. Classic show. Again, anyone who hasn't seen Lost, check it out. You will love it if you're a From fan. The boy in white might be like the man in black, trapped in Fromville until certain barriers are brought down. Ooh, okay. Monsters protect barriers from townspeople to keep him trapped. And that's another thing. I mean, that's a possibility. Is the boy in white trapped here? And I did a video on this a while ago. It was right after season 1 ended. And I had an idea that, I don't know, something was just pointing to this place potentially being some kind of supernatural prison, some kind of prison for supernatural beings. And I still kind of think that I wouldn't be too surprised if Fromville ended up serving some sort of function like that. Like, this place is here to keep all of these nightmares in. And maybe that's exactly what it is. Maybe this is a kind of nightmare realm prison type thing where people's worst nightmares are able to be manifested here, but they're also able to be locked away here as well. But if that's the case, why exactly are humans getting stuck here? But no, I like the idea that some of these entities are potentially trapped here, and maybe some of them are looking for a way to escape, like the boy in white. The entity in season 2, I very much seemed like he might have been looking for some kind of physical form to maybe escape. It seemed like he was getting very excited at the prospect of interacting with people in the real world, not just the dream world, because he pretty much only had dominion over people's dreams for the most part. But I get the feeling, I mean, that might have been what that entity was maybe searching for, some kind of physical form to maybe escape at some point.
Right.
And again, all that does, for me anyway, all that does is raise even more questions, because we saw what the entity was capable of. This nightmare cicada worm being, it was incredibly powerful. It was capable of screwing with people's heads, manifesting itself in dead loved ones. So if this thing was that powerful, then what the heck was powerful or strong enough to trap and imprison that thing in the first place is what I want to know. And that kind of goes back into that whole just the tip of the spear thing. If there is a tip of the spear and the monsters are it, then there stands to reason that there's a middle of the spear, there's a handle to the spear, and there's also someone holding the spear. So that's what I want to see. What is the hierarchy of this place? Is there a hierarchy of this place? And what was the original, who or what trapped the entity in the first place? Who imprisoned the entity in Martin? Who imprisoned Martin in that dreamlike place? how did the entity originally get trapped? Because we know the entity needed Boyd to come and free it and bring it back to town. But who trapped the entity in the first place? How did this thing get imprisoned? That's something I hope they answer at some point.
Yeah, yeah, and I think it's got to be one of those things that Sarah was referring to when she heard the Abby voice in her head, and she said, you know, tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are things out here that are worse than the monsters, and so it makes me think that there are all kinds of there are multiple entities out there in the forest, and that was one of them. And somehow it got trapped and needed some vessel to release it. So it makes you wonder what other entities there could be that we have yet to meet as well. It's exciting to think about.
It is. It is. Yeah. Carrie says before the boy in white saw Victor, his demeanor was completely different. I mean, yeah, when we see the boy in white, when Victor sees the boy in white first in 1978, right after the massacre, he's waving to Victor, he's calling him over to the merry-go-round and all that. But every other time we see the boy in white after that, he never seems to be happy. He always seems to look sad almost. So yeah, is there something there, Carrie? Yeah, maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're onto something. I think Jim is the other rook. He's always going straight ahead, maybe. Yeah, just straight forward ahead. Jim and Randall, the two rooks in the on the board. And yeah, maybe makes Victor the Virgin Knight. Could be. It could be. What is up, Tiffany? Good to see you, my friend. Hey, everyone. I keep forgetting how early you start. Yeah, we try to start around 10 p.m. Eastern. Just because I don't know, there's some other channels that like to stream from every once in a while, and for the most part, it seems like a lot of those streams go a little bit earlier. So I always like to make mine later, and this time is usually best for me, you know, schedule-wise anyway. So I try to always do my streams at either 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. Eastern for the most part. But once From gets a little bit closer, and it's actually airing, we will definitely have some other stream times as well. We'll be doing pre-shows, live watch parties, after shows, the whole 9 yards, just like we did for season 2. We'll be pretty much doing the same thing. But yeah, really great cast. They're all fine actors. They are. It's an incredibly talented cast. Incredibly and talented cast. They're good. They're very fun to watch. They are very fun to watch. Let's see what else we got. That's why I love Randall so much as well, because of Sawyer. He was my favorite one in Lost. And yeah, I mean, there does seem to be certain similarities between Randall and Sawyer in the beginning. You know, kind of how they started off. Now, will Randall get the same redemption arc that Sawyer got? I don't know. I mean, we see Sawyer starts to become a very, you know, reliable member of the island. By the time you get to like season 3, Sawyer's pretty reliable. Yes, he's still a con man. He's still the Sawyer that we know and love, but you can tell Sawyer cares about other people. He genuinely does care about people. And I guess we'll have to wait and see if Randall's the same. Well, what do you think, Julie? You think Randall will get a redemption arc?
I think he will definitely get a redemption arc. It's a really common trope in series. It's you know, it's very common, but like I don't see him ever becoming as likable or as relatable, like for people to become emotionally invested in as the way Sawyer was. As Sawyer just had like even from the beginning, you could see that he had a good heart underneath it all. Like it didn't take long to see that he was putting on a front, and he was pushing people away, and he had this charm and this charisma that just, you know, made you root for him and just drew you in. Randall, I just don't feel that connection with. I don't feel that charisma from him. And I mean, I will say he did have that heroic impulse to go try and dig Tabitha out. So you know, he definitely has redeeming qualities, and I think he's going to get his redemption arc. And honestly, I don't blame him for asking all kinds of paranoid, conspiratorial questions in season 2. I mean, a lot of the questions were pretty logical, to be honest, but he took it too far. and he went kind of off the deep end, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think he's going to get his redemption arc this season. His eyes have been opened to the fact that this shit is real. This isn't some kind of ruse. Like it's not like someone's running an experiment and everybody's in on it or whatever it was that he thought. He's going to be a believer
it's like he's
now.
finally realizing. It's finally sinking in for him a little bit, and it took a while. Like it took a long while. It took him pretty much to get possessed and overtaken by invisible cicada entities to really wake him up to the true dangers of this place.
Yeah, he had to experience that firsthand. Like, I think that needed to happen, or he was never going to be a true believer. Because, I mean, that bus never went around and around in circles like most of the vehicles do, and it's actually surprising he's the only one on the bus that did ask all these questions, because they didn't actually see anything paranormal with their own eyes. So for all he knew, this was some kind of conspiracy, and I don't really blame him for thinking like this is a town full of insane people, and you gotta kind of sympathize with that. So yeah, I think he's gonna have a big turnaround. I mean, we already saw him dropping wisdom in the trailer that did not sound like him at all. About everyone thinks everyone is so afraid of dying, but maybe that's not the worst thing that can happen to you here. Like, he's showing signs that he's changed a lot. And I think he's going to do some heroic things.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun to see his storyline. Again, I'm really, really interested in this whole cicada aftermath thing, this whole after effect, these residual side effects of being in that coma. And again, we see him kind of drop to the ground, and he's kind of writhing on the ground as the monsters are standing over him, just watching him. That definitely seems like that is cicada related. And again, you tie that in with the whole trauma that Julie's going to be dealing with, and the line that she says about this place getting inside of her. Yeah, I think I think Julie, Randall, and Mari, all three of them are going to have a very interesting storyline in season 3. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the three of them spending a lot more time together. Like someone just said in the chat, I just saw it a second ago. Where was it? Someone said in the chat that Randall and Julie seek a bit of normalcy in one of the episodes, episode 3, I believe they said. It's in the synopsis where Julie and Randall start to seek a little bit of normalcy, and maybe that's why. Maybe this, they just want a little bit of the normal world to try and remind them that they're human and that that this isn't all there is. Because I can only imagine what they're going through after being, in that cicada coma, and how much of it do they remember is another question I'm wondering. Do they actually remember being in that dreamlike prison place where Martin was? Do they physically remember being in there? Or is it one of those things that's just kind of like a hazy nightmare where they don't really remember? Maybe they start to remember bits and pieces as the season progresses.
Yeah.
But very interested to see how much they're going to remember. Will they remember actually seeing the cicadas, enter them? Because it seemed like they were the only ones that could actually see the cicadas when they were being possessed anyway.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, this show loves to use that trope of memory loss, and I think this place inflicts that on people. I think it's like Victor. I don't think it's just normal PTSD. I do think that some of his memories were blocked. His memory of his sister, because that's not normal PTSD to completely forget you have a whole sister. And then
very true.
And then Elgin, he forgot his dream. And he only remembered bits and pieces by the end. So I have a feeling they're going to go a similar route with these three. They'll probably remember bits and pieces, and maybe it will come back slowly. But they'll definitely feel that trauma, that after effect of it. And maybe, it seemed like they were in terrible pain at the time too. So
yeah, it didn't seem like it was pleasant. Like you said, they were screaming, writhing. It seemed like a perfect mix of pain and fear, that they were just being tortured and it hurt and they were afraid. And like you said, screaming from the top of their freaking lungs. But like you mentioned earlier, Randall does have some of those redemptive instincts. You mentioned him being the first one to raise his hand and offer to help Jim dig Tabitha out or dig the house out when it collapsed in the hole. And then we
Yes.
see in this trailer, it seems like of all the people in the world, we have Randall coming
Yep.
to the rescue of Sarah, Julie, and Ethan. And this
Yeah.
is most likely right after Granny gets inside the house. We know Granny gets in because Ethan opens up the door. And we get some nice, interesting new shots of Granny actually inside the house in mid-transformation, which is pretty cool.
Yes.
Pretty cool, Granny, seeing her transform like that right inside the house, looking pretty gnarly. And then, yeah, we see Randall seems to kind of come to their rescue, and he opens up the back of his bus and lets them in. So Randall saves them here, which is an interesting scene. And I actually think we have that one. Let me see if we have that one. Let me see if we have that one. I think might be this one.
But the fight isn't over until they're all dead. Or we are.
How are you still alive?
They wanted me to watch.
Oof. Yeah, and there we see him. It's not looking good for Randall. He's surrounded by monsters and he's on the ground. First, we see Milkman and Librarian Lady come up to him with their creepy smiles, fresh blood on their clothes, too, probably right after taking out the EMT. And then we see this. Like, what the heck is going on here? It seems we see Randall on the ground. I get the feeling he had some kind of seizure or something along those lines, maybe cicada coma related, some kind of after effect again. But then he's got all these monsters just standing over him, staring at him, just like the monsters were staring and looking at Smiley as Smiley died. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this. Like, what is going on here? Why are they not attacking Randall? And does this entity or does someone or something have some sort of plan for Randall, Julie, and Mari that is still actively being played out? I mean, we think they were saved because Boyd breaks the music box, and next thing we know, they wake up. But was that really the end of it? Could there still be something else inside them, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that it's not necessarily over like we thought. I mean, not only is he feeling these after effects, writhing like and swatting it at the air, like the cicadas are there, but the fact that the monsters are not pouncing on him and killing him, they're just observing, that makes me think the entity is still with him in some way, because remember, he also survived the night laying in the woods when the cicadas attacked him. The monsters didn't do anything to him. It's like they deliberately stayed away from him because he had this entity inside him. Maybe it's a higher level entity, and like you were saying, there's like a hierarchy, and maybe this entity is above the monsters.
Yeah, maybe because I mean, we also saw another interesting kind of phenomenon that even Donna kind of called out as being weird when the monsters are descending on the RV. They're getting closer and closer to the RV, and all of a sudden they stop dead in their tracks. And this surprises Donna. Donna straight up says they never stop like that. And then boom, 2 seconds later, the entity arrives in the RV in the form of Abby. So like you said, is there some kind of hierarchy there? Could the entity not control the monsters to a certain degree, but is the entity maybe above the monsters in some way, shape, or form? Because it seemed like that was too coincidental to, again, be a coincidence that the monsters all of a sudden stop in their tracks when they easily could have continued on and killed everybody inside that RV with relative ease, yet they stop, and then the entity arrives. It's just way too much of a coincidence to be them just stopping out of nowhere. It seems like they stopped because they knew the entity was going to show up.
I think so too.
But who knows?
I think so too. That's uncanny. Like they all just stopped in unison like that. So
yeah,
super
trippy.
Yep.
Super trippy. And this, I like this one, and this is one I actually think would give Randall a good kind of close to his storyline if Randall actually dies saving Donna of all people, considering where they started, considering the relationship, and Donna and Randall literally kidnapping Donna and tying her up to a damn tree, about to leave her out for monster bait to see if she's, really in on it. Yeah, it would be an interesting kind of full circle event if Randall did ultimately end up die saving Donna of all people. I think that could be an interesting way for him to go. I think so.
Yeah.
Randall can earn redemption, but Sarah cannot. She's been slitting throats since 2014. She may have been. She may have been. Sarah is completely sus. Completely sus. And yeah, I mean, like, and I know you guys mentioned this in the Discord, I believe, in terms of the repercussions that we see in this town. Poor Frank. I mean, Frank is no saint by any means, but Frank, fell asleep drunk and failed to come home and protect his family, and for that he got sentenced to the box. Sarah did way worse than that. Way worse than that. I mean, yes, Boyd was at a different mental state then compared to when stuff happened with Frank. It was very early on in the series, and Boyd was in a much different mental state. But by the time the Sarah stuff happens, and but by the time the Sarah stuff gets revealed in season 2, Boyd seems to be in a much different headspace where he just doesn't want to see anybody else die. He doesn't want anyone dead. So I think that's what factors into him trying to save Sarah. Whereas if this would have got discovered in season 1, maybe Boyd would have reacted different and put her in the box.
Yeah. And I saw Star say, Sarah the Slicer Dicer. That's what I've been saying. She sliced and diced the guy with her own bare hands. I mean, that is horrific. Even though she was, I think, manipulated, and I believe she was traumatized when she got there. I think she probably has a mental illness, and this entity is exploiting that. But you can't deny what she did. And yeah, but I think you're right. I mean, Boyd was just flipping out saying, no one else is going in that fucking box. So he just never wants to do that again. So I get where he's coming from there. I do.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see, again, perception is everything. And having a totally different kind of mental state of mind is definitely going to make you react 2 totally different ways to the same problem 9 times out of 10. And so, yeah, I do think it was a little kind of along those lines, that Boyd was just at the point where he just didn't want to see anybody else dead, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Randall is in, and we got some Randall fans in the chat. I like that. Hell yeah, I like to see that. We got some Randall fans. AT, we got CJ. All right, yeah. I mean, I like to see that. I like to see that.
I don't see a lot of that.
Randall fans.
Yeah,
we don't see a lot of Randall fans. We certainly don't see a lot of Jim fans either, but every once in a while we'll see a brave soul come forward and say that they don't hate Jim. And it makes me feel like I'm not 100% alone, because I don't really hate Jim either. I mean, yes, he's done some stupid stuff, but I still have hope for Jim, I guess. Maybe I'm a fool to have hope. But that's okay.
I mean, that is okay. You're a good guy. You try to see the good in people, and that's your nature.
Is that a polite way of saying I am a fool?
No, not at all. No, you try to see the good in people. That's a good thing. You don't assume the worst of people and condemn them and put them down. And I to be honest with you, I don't hate Jim. I don't. I don't like him. I find him frustrating. I think he's a blockhead, but I don't hate him at all. So, I'm with you in that camp of I don't hate Jim. No.
I don't hate him. I mean, he's not my favorite character. But yeah, I don't hate Jim, and I like the actor playing him, Ian Bailey. I think he's a good actor. I think he is good.
He's great. Yeah. I mean, he's just, he's frustrating. In season 2, he becomes a real blockhead, and I get why people have these issues with him, but that the outright hate, I think, is kind of funny. Jim can die. I see that a lot.
Yeah, Jim does not have a lot of fans, especially in this chat. Like, I can't speak to the overall wider fandom, but at least in our little neck of the woods, Yeah, Jim doesn't have a lot of fans over here in these parts, and that's cool. That's totally fine, and that's what's fun about the show. You guys, like and not like who we want.
Yeah.
And I do find it funny though. I like when I see the Jim shade in the chat. It makes me laugh every time because it's just funny. It's funny stuff. Just like the Christie haircut thing. It's become a meme at this point, and a fun one. And this is interesting from Jen Hack. Mari will turn to drugs and turn into a monster. Randall and Julie will mentally fight and win. That's interesting. So do you think that was potentially what was happening to Julie, Randall, and Mari? Because I've thought about that too, that were they potentially being turned into monsters? And maybe they still are? That's interesting. That is interesting because, yeah, we have no idea what was going to happen to them. All we hear is Sarah say that the entity says once they're dead, it's over. But what exactly does that mean? What is over? What was this thing's end game? What was it really trying to achieve? So that's an interesting one, Jen. Mari might turn into a monster. I mean, we do see Mari's going to be very tempted with her drug addiction. She's already been tempted, and she's already been tapping into that freaking cabinet. So yeah, will some of those temptations lead her to succumb to whatever is inside of her, and maybe Randall and Julie will fight it? Okay, I like it. I like the theory. Cool stuff. Those entities are scared shitless of the worms, so they used the monsters as buffers to do their bidding. Part of me thought that as well, but then again, we see the way that the monsters react to Boyd when he has the worms outside of the clinic. It didn't seem like they were all too scared of them, or maybe even didn't even know what they were. So, but I mean, like you said, maybe they did. Maybe in the RV case, maybe the monsters knew that the entity was showing up and they were scared of it. I suppose it's possible. I suppose it's possible. I don't know. I see. We see the way, unless there's some chance that the monsters didn't know Boyd had the worms. Although I don't know how likely that is, but we did see Smiley kind of walk right up to him like he would walk up to any other human. So maybe he didn't know they were in there. Maybe Boyd, maybe not all of the monsters knew about the worms. But then again, you see all of the other circumstances where these monsters tend to know so much about these people, not just their names and stuff, but with Boyd's case, he shouts out in the middle of broad daylight when the monsters are underground sleeping. Boyd shouts out, "You don't break me," to this place. Yet, for somehow, the cowboy monsters seem to have heard that. So it's hard for me to believe that the monsters didn't know Boyd had the worms. But I don't know. But you bring up a good point about the RV scene, though, Ty. I mean, you bring up a good point there, my friend. Were they potentially afraid that the entity was about to show up? I suppose it's possible. It is weird that the monsters are regular-looking people. And yeah, not only regular-looking people, but the period-correct clothing is very interesting and strange as well. We see just about all of them seem to be dressed in some kind of 50s, 60s era attire. And is that some kind of hint to their origin and creation? I mean, we've gotten some hints that these things may have been human at one point. We hear Jasmine before the Colony House massacre say that it wasn't her choice to be like this. And then we also see the autopsy in season 2 where Christy seems to think that these things were maybe human at one point based on their human-like organs that are now all shriveled up. So you start to wonder if these things were human at one point, what turned them into monsters and when. I think the when is a little bit obvious. Maybe these things were turned into monsters in the 50s or 60s. I mean, unless they somehow upgrade their attire and they're a lot older than they appear, which is possible. But again, I really think that the period correct clothing is a hint to their origin. I get the feeling these things probably date back to the 50s and 60s, but who knows? Maybe they could be much older than that. I don't know. But we know they certainly seem to pass off as regular humans, and they can kind of shape shift back and forth in between the human and the monster version. So yeah, Mari needs to become a monster to atone for that haircut.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. And I love in the season 2 recap video, they just recently put out a season 2 recap video, and even Kenny sounds like he's absolutely outraged about the haircut of all things.
Right.
A bus pulls into the town. We have new people. People are really, really scared.
We got this one,
Mario.
Christy's fiance. We got Elgin.
He starts seeing dreams and stuff.
The house falls down.
Marielle, Christy, kiss, haircut.
Gets possessed by some dimension of the town.
Then you've got
Haircut.
Haircut. Yeah. No more words needed to be said than that. Just haircut. And we all know
That's all he needed. That's all he needed to say, yeah. But yeah, it's the unfortunate tragedy of Christie's hair. Yes. I think Donna has a part to play, but she can get it just like everyone else. Yeah, I think Donna's going to be around for a while. I always try to think about what Donna's ultimate fate is going to be in the show. Will she make it out? Will she choose to stay if everybody does have a chance to make it out? Will she die in some heroic fashion, or will some of these theories that some people have of Donna maybe being, not who she says she is, pan out to be true? Maybe, I don't know. Donna's one of those storylines that's a little bit vaguer. There's not a whole lot that they've given us in terms of where her storyline might be going. We have interesting foreshadowings for a lot of characters, like Jade in the symbol, and Victor in the drawings, and Tabitha in her storyline. We get some decent foreshadowing for future events. But when you look at just Donna's storyline in isolation, there's not a whole lot pointing to where her story might be going, really. So I often think what her fate will be. I don't know, but I guess I'll ask you guys. What do you guys think Donna's fate will be on the show? And what about you, Julie? You think where do you think Donna's story is ultimately heading?
I think she's going to be sticking around for a very long time. She's such a fixture on this show. She's not bulletproof. She doesn't have plot armor like Boyd, so you never know. But I think she's going to be sticking around. If I had to guess, I would say at least through the final season. And
Okay.
and I think, I don't believe she's a mole personally. I don't. I think she's done some sus kind of things, and maybe even an entity is using her and she doesn't even know it in some ways. But I don't think she's consciously trying to do any harm or deceive these people, because I believe her emotions and her feelings for them are genuine. So I like Donna. I'm a big Donna fan personally.
Me too.
Yeah.
I like Donna. Donna's one of one of my more favorite characters on the show.
Absolutely.
And I think that's part of that plays into it, is because I don't know where her story arc is going. So that kind of makes her storyline that much even more interesting, because I have no idea what's going to happen with her. But
Right.
Even the character that they've already presented is a great character. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's see what else we got. I am getting ready for my Celtic jewelry market stall, and making some pieces with owls in them. Well, that is awesome, Julie. That is awesome. If you make jewelry on the low and you sell it and things like that, let me know, and let me know a link where I can throw into the chat every once in a while, or put in my description where people can find your stuff. That's awesome. That is awesome. Christy is going to die by a scissors from the entity. Wouldn't that be ironic? Of all the things in the world to take her out, it's a pair of scissors. Oof.
Oh.
Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I got She. I used to live in Scotland by Glenshee. The people there told be the she or shay would back me come back there. Would back me come back there. Would make me come back there, maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of similarities there, and I love the kind of mythology around the she, the fae, all of the real kind of Scottish and Irish folklore around them, which was a huge inspiration behind George R. R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire and the Children of the Forest that are in his books. They are direct representations of the she. So yeah, I mean, I've been really enjoying the kind of Fae research that a lot of you guys have been doing lately. Our Discord blew up with it at one point a few months ago. Everybody was just diving so deep into this Fae aspect, this Fae connection, and there's a lot of interesting similarities there. You look at real fairies, and again, like I always say, not the pixie dust sprinkling fairies you see in cartoons. I'm talking about real fairies. The Scottish and Irish folklore ones. They're nasty. They're dangerous. They're a lot closer to being monsters than your average fairy or what most people think of when they hear fairies. So yeah, I like the kind of Scottish and Irish folklore angle of the show and how deep some people have been diving into it. It's always a fascinating study.
It is. Yeah, I remember that when that was blowing up a few months ago. It was interesting stuff.
It was. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Kenny said, the pillars will crumble. Donna is a pillar. She could die. That's a good point, Leah. Yeah, if the pillars are crumbling, you think about who are the pillars in the town, it's Boyd and Donna. I mean, they are the two pillars. Boyd leads the town. Donna leads Colony House. I mean, Boyd seems to be, everyone seems to lead on Boyd for everything. Even Donna seems to be bringing the food shortage problem to Boyd. But Donna is very much a leader in this town and in this community as well. So, yeah, you think about the two most sturdy pillars, it's definitely those two, hands down.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes. Those are the two that I was thinking of when Kenny said that with the pillars will crumble. Absolutely. I don't think it means that she's like definitely at risk of dying. I just think I immediately thought of that scene of her breaking down, absolutely sobbing. Boyd is comforting her. I think she's psychologically crumbling, just like Boyd is psychologically starting to crumble more and more. So, yeah. So like, it's difficult for them to lead in that condition.
Exactly. I mean, you can't lead a town in a place like this if this is your mental state. Of course not. You're not capable of taking care of yourself at that point. How are you going to take care of the whole town? And yeah, we have heard that people are going to be stretched to their limit, stretched to their breaking point in season 3. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it's not just Boyd that is going to potentially be at risk for getting broken. I think it's going to be the majority of people in this town are going to be faced with some incredibly some deep psychological fears and issues on top of all of the physical fears that they have to deal with on a daily basis with the monsters and everything else in the forest. You add the psychological angle on top of that, it's going to become too much for some people to handle. Some people will be able to adjust and handle it. Others won't. Others won't.
Yeah.
I feel like we already saw a small glimpse of that with season 2 and Dale stabbing Ellis when the food shortage was just starting to happen. Tempers are starting to flare. People are starting to become more and more afraid. And when humans become afraid, they do stupid things. We do very stupid things when we are afraid. And again, we saw the result of that, of Ellis getting stabbed. I think that was just a very small precursor to some of the chaos that we're going to see in season 3 when the food shortage really gets bad, when the winter really gets bad, and the town is on really dire straits. I think we could see some other incidents similar to the Dale stabbing. I wouldn't be surprised, at least.
Oh, definitely. And, Donna, yeah, like Donna's just one of many. Like, I think what you said is right. It's not just Boyd who's going to be targeted to be broken. He said right in the trailer, this place will not break us. So it's really not just about him. It's trying to break everyone. And I was thinking of something. Robert made me think of this. Robert Saunders made me think of this. He was questioning why is it that people, before they had the talismans, if the monsters know everything about everybody, why was it that everyone wasn't just massacred every night? Like, some people actually managed to survive in their hiding spots, and I think I know the reason. In my opinion, it's a little different than Robert's theory on that, but my theory on that, it's about terrorizing the survivors. I think they pick and choose. Before there were talismans, they would choose, okay, we're going to kill these people, and then what results is you're terrorizing the people who are left behind. They're living in absolute fear nonstop. So it's all about that psychological torture, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I mean, I think you're 100% right. It seems to be a big aspect of the show in general, but definitely the monsters. They want their victims afraid. They don't just want to kill you, they want you afraid. They want to torture you, they want to torment you physically and mentally. So I definitely think that's a big part of it. They want their victims afraid before they kill them. And I guess we have to figure out why that is. Do they actually feed on fear? Maybe. I don't know. They are nightmare creatures after all. Also, with Donna, she probably felt like a nobody in the real world, but in Fromville, she has the number. She is the number 2 there, only under Boyd. I think that's why she kind of liked it there, and that's a very good point as well, Ty. Very good point as well. Yeah, we have no idea if Donna has anybody even left in the real world. We know she had a sister, but we know her sister's dead, according to her. Does Donna even have anybody else? I mean, we've never heard her mention anything about having any kids or anything like that. And you would think if she did have kids, she would want to get out of this place to get back to her children. So yeah, you make a good point. Not only is there probably nothing back there for her, but she's somebody here. She's very important. She's a vital member of this town and of the colony house. So she has status here. She has a family here. So yeah, that definitely is probably factoring into it. I agree with you.
It's a great point.
I agree with you. Yeah. BK, talisman butt plugs, just thinking out loud. Oof. Oh, shit. Donna's going down with the destruction of Fromland. Now, that's a possibility. Going down with the ship, maybe. Yeah, maybe going down with the ship. Captain sometimes likes to go down with the ship, and Donna is definitely a captain of sorts. Season 3, bye-bye, my strong, sweet Donna. I'll rather you go than for all people to curse your name. Oh, no, Carrie. Don't do it. Don't do it, Carrie. Don't do it. Don't put that mojo out there. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's certainly possible. Could Donna be one of the ones that's on the chopping block in Season 3? Again, if we're to take Jeff Pinker's statements, the showrunner of From, he says not just one person, but multiple people will not be making it out of Season 3, and multiple beloved characters as well. So that stands to reason it's not just going to be your kind of secondary or background character. These are going to be main, important, ensemble cast members that are going to be killed in Season 3. And yeah, I think it's going to be at least 2, maybe even more. Maybe even more. But yeah, the weed dries up. Donna's toast. I would be toast too. I'd be honest. Like, if I was in there, that would be one of my saving graces. I would definitely be like Jade and Fatima. I would be getting absolutely baked every single day. Every single day. So yeah, the weed dries up. Eesh. That might drive me to want to escape too at that point. Fuck. I need some more bud. I need some more buds. If people think that From is about the Fae, then how can people also believe that there isn't a fairy hiding amongst the people? Ooh, aka a mole. This is typical depiction of the Fae. Now, you make a very good point. So, again, I mean, we've seen all these very interesting mole theories. And when I think about a quote-unquote mole, I don't always necessarily think mole in the traditional sense. Sometimes I just think that it's maybe a character that is simply not who they appear to be. Maybe they're not a mole for somebody else entirely, but they're hiding something. Something along the lines is not quite right. There's something they're not telling everybody else. And could there be a character like that in the town already? Absolutely, that's possible. I definitely think it's possible. I mean, the mole theory is one of the most popular theories that was being discussed during Season 2, so much to the point where we even hear Randall actually bring up the possibility that there is a mole in town. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Is there more to it?
Yeah.
Is there more to it?
It's a great point. Like there could be, it might not be like a mole in the way that we think of a mole, like, like this is some kind of experiment and the person is reporting to someone on the outside. Like it could be some kind of supernatural type of mole, like some kind of being that's using a human body as a vessel, and they're not who they appear to be. So that's possible.
Very, very possible indeed. I think it's definitely possible. I mean, there's just so much about these characters that we still don't know. I mean, their backstories, who they were before they got here, what they were doing, what they were traveling for. There's so many backstories that just haven't been told yet. I don't know. But yeah, as Pi Diddley brings up, yes, crumbling can have multiple meanings as well. Yeah, what exactly is crumbling? The phrase of the edges of this place begin to crumble. What exactly is that referring to? And especially when you hear from John Griffin say that the tantalizing and very real possibility of escape will be a factor in season 3. But then he also mentions that will the survivors have to sacrifice part of their humanity in order to escape? So it sounds like whatever means of escape they're going to maybe come across, it's going to come with some kind of price, some kind of moral price that they're going to have to pay. So yeah, what does crumbling mean? I don't know. I don't know. And this is interesting. Oh yeah, but maybe Donna is the one being tortured. I think it's possible, but one thing that kind of ruled that out for me is based on some of this trailer. It looks like we see Donna and Boyd both still alive a little bit later on in the season, after Boyd completely changes his outfit and he starts wearing this outfit. We see him and Donna looking out of the colony house window. So I don't know if Donna, I mean, I suppose it's possible that Donna could definitely be the one in that barn. I think anything's possible. But I think Donna's going to be around for a little while. But that would be an interesting scene, though. I mean, you like to think who would elicit that kind of response out of Boyd, of all people. Like, we hear it in the trailer, too. He is bawling his eyes out. We've never heard Boyd in this state before, ever.
No.
We've never seen him be brought this low. So I mean, yeah, I mean, could Donna have been the person that he was forced to watch get tortured? Maybe.
Yeah.
Suppose it is possible.
Yeah, we've never heard him cry like that. I mean, oh my God, like this, it was even more intense than, I mean, like his facial expression was so full of emotion in the teaser, but it was more understated. He wasn't screaming and sobbing like that. It's just, to me, it tells me that this is someone who he cares about very, very deeply. And, it's got to be somebody who would personally break him. So it's interesting.
I mean, Fatima and Ellis kind of spring to mind first and foremost. Then maybe your Sarah type. Sarah and Boyd seem to have a closer connection by the time you get to season 2. That at least that he cared about her. Then you hear the dialogue of the whole, you're so strong, and Sarah was deliberately saying to Boyd in season 2 that she's not strong enough.
Yeah,
and Boyd's like, you're gonna have to figure that part out. I don't know. It's certainly a possibility. It seems like anytime I think we get a hint that it's one character, we look at something else and we get another hint that it could be some other character. So in terms of the trailer, MGM putting out very interesting footage for trailers, boy, did they pick the right scenes to show us that give us, some details as to what's going on, but still keep all of the mystery alive.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Donna's not crying because there's no more potatoes. She's crying because the weed no longer grows. Maybe that's it.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's gone too. Nothing will grow.
We do see. Yeah, nothing's growing anymore. Donna straight up says that it seems like the ground has been poisoned. And again, I do think that is just another example of Fromville taking things away from the survivors. Like, it's no longer providing the livestock for them in the woods. It's no longer providing good weather for them. Bringing into this winter, they actively keep trying to break the rules and keep trying to escape. So I think in turn, Fromville is quote unquote pushing back by taking more and more things away from them.
Yes,
and I think we'll see that continue. I think we're going to see that continue in season 3, where they take. We were mentioning this the other night in the Discord, that what if the electricity is the next thing that gets taken away? And we see that this winter is coming around. Do these houses even have any means of heating themselves up? I don't know. I don't know. We see an awful lot of characters wearing some thick clothing inside in a lot of these trailers, which stands to reason that maybe even inside of these houses are going to get pretty cold.
True.
I don't
Like
know.
they look, yeah, they do look pretty bundled up even indoors. So yeah, man, they're in for some real torture this season. I mean, the starvation threat, the cold. It's just they're ramping up the horror with the monsters. Like their monsters are evolving tactics. Oh, there's just so much to be excited about this season.
There's a lot. We got a lot to look forward to, guys. Because he is connected to Fatima's pregnancy, somehow Victor doesn't trust him. He has visions. I think he saw the boy in white, etc. Too much ingrained in future plots. Oh, in terms of why Victor maybe doesn't trust Elgin? Okay. Yeah, that was another interesting kind of line that kind of stood out for a lot of us. Victor just all of a sudden just saying, I don't trust him. What exactly was he picking up? What was he sensing about Elgin that made him not trust him? I don't know. Randall and Dale will start a food storage revolt and will get people killed. I could definitely see that, Xavier. I could definitely see something like that. And it does look like we see Randall potentially even trying to steal a goat in season 3 as well, which is pretty funny. It's pretty funny to say the least. But when you look at some of those stills that were just dropped, we see Randall, good old Randall, seemingly maybe trying to steal a goat.
Just casually walking off with it in broad daylight.
Like, casually walking away with a goat. Exactly. You're going to throw this thing in your bus? You're going to muck up a stall in the back? What are you doing, bud? And then we see this, and it looks like Boyd is trying to stop Randall from taking the goat, or at least that's kind of what it looks like. But yeah,
it's so funny.
Yeah, I can Randall the goat thief. Randall the goat thief.
I could totally see him and Dale teaming up, though. I could totally see that. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely,
100%.
Absolutely. That is a good call, guys, because I could definitely see him and Randall, of all people, teaming up and getting into some kind of skullduggery, without a doubt.
Yep,
without a doubt. Man, good stuff tonight, guys. Absolutely good stuff. Was Elgin sleeping on the sofa, or was he injured when the crow flew in? It looked like he was sleeping on the sofa, and it looks like the crow flies into the lamp. The lamp gets knocked over and falls on him, and I think that wakes him up, or at least that's what it looked like to me. I mean, I suppose it's possible that the crow could have flown directly into him, but it looks like it's more the lamp that kind of just lands on him, and it kind of startles him and shakes him awake, maybe.
Yeah.
At least that's the gist that I got. I could be wrong. Yeah, you think it's the lamp that's going to wake him up, not the crow itself?
Yeah, that's what I think. Just from watching it, we watched it so many times. BK was kind enough to keep playing it over and over again, and it's motion and stopping it. So yeah, I think he was sleeping. And yeah, the lamp fell on him.
I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what's happening here. And then again, we see the ambulance arriving while it's still daylight out, but you can tell by the tone, it does look like it's getting closer to dusk. Like it does look like this is much later in the day. This is not a morning sun that is up right now. This is definitely a later in the day time. But at least when they first see the tree, it's still light out. But by the time they get stuck definitively in the town, it's nighttime by then. And another thing that we noticed is this is now the third different downed tree that we have seen upon entry into Fromville. When the Matthews family, and not only the third downed tree, but another totally different road from the other two as well. So again, we are clearly seeing multiple entrances to Fromville pop up all over the continental United States, it looks like. Because if you go back and look at the Matthews family entrance, their tree is totally different from this tree. And then if you go back to look at the Boyd flashback scene when him and his family come upon their tree, it's another totally different tree with two totally different roads. And now here we go again. Totally different tree and a different road. So not everybody, I mean, everybody seems to see the quote unquote tree before they get stuck here, but it also seems like everybody is seeing a totally different tree, which again would make sense if people are getting stuck here from different parts all over the globe. It stands to reason that different doorways are popping up all over the place, and everybody sees a different tree.
Yeah. Yeah. And I love that they're continuing this tradition of giving us at least one new arrival every season, because it just always shakes things up, and you get to see how new people react to this place. It throws wild cards in, and just the fact that it's a nighttime arrival, something we've never seen before, is awesome.
Yeah, we've heard about it. I mean, we hear that grisly tale of Donna arriving at night and what happened to her poor sister, which some people have questioned the validity of that story. Some people think Donna might have been lying. And yes, if the Discord, sometimes the Discord links expire. So if the ones in the chat aren't working, I will throw this one up right here. Here is our Discord link. All are welcome to pop into the Discord. I'll pin it to the top of the chat here. Boom. That one, Sleepy Horse, that one right there should work. If you see the one that I just put in the chat, or if you refresh your chat, you'll see it pinned to the top. That Discord link should be a fresh one, and that should get you into our Discord. It's a free and open Discord. Anybody's welcome to join. We love diving super deep into all of the From theories inside there, along with all the other shows that we talk about and cover here on the channel. And we have tons of watch parties in the voice chat, and we just have tons of just hangout chats in the voice chat sometimes, where we just get together and talk From and other things. So yeah, everybody is welcome in the Discord. Love having new arrivals. So there it is, guys. There is the link.
So much fun.
Yeah, it is. I can't credit everybody enough inside that Discord for making it such, for turning it into what it's become. You look around in the From fandom, and yes, it's a smaller fandom based on some, compared to some of the other IPs that have been out there for decades. But when you look at the From fandom as a whole, I feel like, with the exception of maybe the From Reddit, our Fromville Discord probably has the highest concentration of From fan theories in it. It is absolutely endless. You got hundreds of people in there doing nothing but talking about From theories all day, every day. Even during the hiatus, we were still in there talking about From. So yeah, I think in terms of having the highest concentration of fan theories and the most active fan theories, it's probably one of the most extensive ones in the entire fandom. And that is thanks to each and every one of you. I had nothing to do with that. All I did was create the thing. You guys are the ones who made it what it is. And I can't thank each and every one of you enough. You've made it such a welcoming and awesome place to go and hang out and talk From. And again, all the other shows that we talk about, like House of the Dragon, Shogun, Yellow Jackets, all kind of stuff. You guys have made that Discord incredibly fun to hang out in. So I can't thank everybody enough who has contributed to it. And yeah, everybody's welcome. Everybody is welcome. We will actually be in there Sunday night, finishing our season 2 From Watch Party.
It's truly incredible, though. As a new fan who just discovered the show, I watched it in March, I think, for the first time, or maybe into April. And then I thought, well, this sucks. I'm going to have to wait till the next season starts before I can engage with the fandom. And then I found your Discord, and I was just amazed by the amount of engagement going on every single day. I was diving into theories with people for months. It's just incredible. It's an awesome community, and I was just welcomed from day one. I felt so comfortable and just accepted, which is just an amazing thing.
Awesome. That's the goal. I mean, that really is the goal. The Discord is definitely, it's an extension of this channel and an extension of this chat in particular. And that's why I'm so proud of it, because all of the awesome names that you guys see here in this chat every time we go live, you'll see a lot of those same names in the Discord having just as much fun in there as we do here when we do live streams. And yeah, it's just been such an awesome kind of tool for our little From community here, where, if there's no live streams going on, if I'm not live, or maybe Real isn't live, or Julie isn't, or maybe there's no live streams going on, can always dive into the Discord and have that kind of from fix if you're urging for that from fix, which I know I am all the time. And there's no such thing as too much from, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, just can't thank everybody enough for making that Discord as fun and welcoming as it is. And yeah, Jeremy, I like how you call the new Discord members arrivals. Was it too on the nose? Too on the nose for Fromville? Maybe arrivals in Discord, arrivals in Fromville. Maybe. But yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. And yeah, it's crazy. We have so much to talk about a show that has only had 2 seasons in the book, and that's almost unheard of. It's a very good point, Ty. Very good point. You look at a lot of other shows that are out there that have only had 2 seasons, and yeah, you're not going to find this much of an extensive deep dive into a show that's only 2 seasons long. Very rarely does that happen. So yeah, you make a very good point. There's so much to freaking talk about.
Especially when it's only 10 episodes per season. When I think about it, it's really mind-blowing how much we've dissected just 20 episodes. And you compare that to a show like Lost, where I mean you had so many more episodes to dive into. But I mean, it's just a testament to how amazing this show From really is. That it can elicit all of this discussion, debate, analysis. It's so cool.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point. It's it really is awesome. And yeah, again, you guys have made it you guys have probably made it the coolest fandom I've ever been a part of, at least. The fact that you said grizzly while describing Donna, while describing Donna's story is crazy. I think she is a bear spirit. Ooh, interesting. I could maybe see that. Okay, I could see that a little bit. Donna as kind of a grizzly bear kind of spirit, that kind of mama bear protective instinct that she has for everybody in Colony House. Okay, I could see that, Carrie. I could see that. That would explain why she gave Victor peaches. It's a narrative American tale. Good point. Very good point. Maybe that's where the peaches come from. I like it. I like it. The townspeople are monsters of the day, and we see monsters of the night. Ooh, and that explains the talisman and the balance between the two. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like the talismans are depicting something like that. We see a sun and a moon on one side, paralleling each other, night and day, obviously. And then we see the 2 different stick figures that are both human-like stick figures. And I do agree with you, Carrie. I do think one end is representing the humans, and the other end of that is representing the monsters. And then if you look at the symbols surrounding them, some people have even described those symbols as maybe being representation of the forest surrounding Fromville, and the symbols in the middle are the representation of the town, the monsters and the people, and night and day. It's an interesting theory. I mean, you look at that talisman, and in terms of breaking it down and what these things mean, that has been the thing that I think makes the most sense in terms of all the information we've been given up until now. Maybe we'll learn a little bit more about these talismans down the line, and we'll find out what those symbols really, really mean. But until now, that does seem like the most likely translation for the talismans: night and day, monster and human. I do agree. I do agree. Good stuff. Good stuff, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's see what else we got. Now, before we get ready to close things down, I want to ask you guys in the chat a question. Now, we know season 3 right around the corner. We have only 9 days away. Well, actually 8 days if you're on the East Coast. If you're on the East Coast, it is officially Saturday now. But I want to ask everybody a quick question, and it's a question we've asked here on the channel many, many times. This is another interesting question as well, as Wild Marjoram asks, how are the monsters made? No clue, but I have some potential ideas, but I really don't know at the end of the day. I try not to stay too married to any one particular theory. I like to be able to, adjust according on getting new information. And it also kind of keeps me away from the confirmation bias that sometimes happens with having your own theories. When someone has a theory that, at least I've been this way in the past, if you have a theory that you really, really believe in, sometimes you'll look for things inside the show that will actively support that theory, and maybe you'll miss some other things. So I
Yep.
try not to stay too committed to any one theory. I like to kind of be adjustable based on the information that we get. So in terms of how the monsters are made, I have no idea up until this point. Again, a few small hints, a few small ideas, but I don't know. At the end of the day, I think the period correct clothing is definitely some kind of hint. I do think they were all human at one point, and I do think they were all human back probably in the 1950s or 60s. And could something potentially have happened to these people, some kind of curse or something, for lack of better term, that turned them into these things? Maybe. The other potential possibility I have is the nightmare creature theory, the theory I did a video on last week, where we recently learned some of the origins for the monster's design and how they were kind of inspired by a very famous Francis Bacon painting of the Screaming Pope. And then when you look a little bit deeper into the work of Francis Bacon and how rooted it is in consciousness and dream states and things like that, it starts to make me think, the more that we learn about this place, it seems like things can be pulled out of nightmares into the real world, or out of dreams and into the real world. We see this very clear with Elgin in season 2. He gets kind of pushed under that tub in his dream, wakes up spitting out a ton of water. He literally brought water from his dream into the real world. And then again, we see it with Kenny. He gets one of those hot cicadas, jumps out of the pot and lands on his arm and burns his arm in his dream. Then he wakes up from the dream with the burn still on his arm. So we've already seen some evidence that things can be pulled out of people's dreams. So part of me wouldn't be too surprised if that's where the monsters came from. I mean, maybe the designation, they referred to these monsters in season 1 as nightmare creatures. And maybe that was a little bit more of a hint than we originally realized. Maybe they're called nightmare creatures because they were literally plucked out of someone's nightmare. And if that's the case, whose nightmare were they plucked out of? Maybe some kind of previous generation before the 1978 generation. I don't know. But those are some of my kind of tinfoily theories as to where the monsters may have come from. Some kind of curse that was laid on them and this entire town that turned it into whatever Fromville is. Or maybe the nightmare thing is a little bit more of a hint than we originally thought. But what about you, Julie? Do you have any ideas as to where the monsters might have come from?
I've been thinking for a while about this, trying to think of them in less literal terms, like rather than thinking that they were turned into monsters literally from a physical thing, like from a human being. So I got onto this idea a couple months ago that it's possible that they're like sort of like the cicada entity, that they could be an illusion or a mass delusion when everyone sees them at once. And but it kills people for real, just like the cicadas, ripped open Paula for real and killed her. They ripped her open from the inside out. But they were an entity. They weren't really like a corporeal thing, the way we think of it. So it's possible that the monsters are some type of entity like that they were never actually created from something physical, like a human being. And I really and I really also like your idea that maybe they were pulled from someone's nightmare. So I would say one or the other of those two things. They were manifested from, a nightmare. Maybe, like we were talking about before, maybe Victor was watching a lot of black and white sitcoms and he manifested them out of his nightmares. And that was, that was the start of this iteration of monster. Maybe in past cycles, the monsters looked different, because, based on whatever period they were in. So, yeah, that's my thing.
Maybe. No, I like it. I like it because, like you said, we've seen at least some hints that even if the monsters aren't, centuries old, we know that at least Fromville was most likely a lot older than just the 50s or 60s. I mean, we see the Civil War references, we see the structures that are built all over the place that date all the way back to colonial times or maybe even earlier. So yeah, there's a lot of hints out there that thing, this place, Fromville, whatever you want to call it, might be a lot older than we originally thought. Like the hut that Boyd finds the talismans in the first place. Those huts have been used in many different cultures and faiths and mythologies over the years as a sort of kind of sweat lodge thing, a vision kind of chamber, so to speak. Native Americans use them, Vikings use them. So many different mythologies have used them. Africa, where it's essentially a place where you go in and meditate to have some kind of vision. It's meant for you to find something out about yourself, pretty much. And yeah, what exactly was that structure for? We see the size of it. There's no way it was big. It was built for anyone to live in. It's way too small. You can barely sit down in that thing. So why was it created, and why did it have all these talismans in there for protection for people to have visions, maybe? And you see how old the thing is. That thing is centuries old. That is not just a few decades old. That thing is old by the looks of it. So yeah, we are seeing some evidence that this place could potentially be very old. And if that's the case, are the monsters just as old as this place, or were the monsters a new addition at one point later on? Or, like you said, could they have changed their appearance over the years to kind of upgrade? But if that's the case, how come they've been stuck in this 50s era clothing for so long? Why haven't they upgraded since? I don't know. A lot of questions, a lot of uncertainties, but I do vaguely remember hearing John Griffin say that at some point we will figure out the origins of the monsters. And I imagine that's not something they would leave unanswered. On a show like this, they have to know, everybody wants to know what these monsters are and where they came from. So I imagine that we will definitely get that answer before the show is up. But yeah, I guess we shall find out. I guess we shall find out. Awesome stuff. And it looks like we have a gifted membership from the awesome Jen Hack. Thank you so much. Wow, 2 gifted memberships from the awesome Jen Hack. Wow, thank you so much, Jen. That is incredibly generous of you. Wow, 2 gifted memberships. Awesome. Let's see. BK is the recipient of 1. Welcome, BK. And Xavier Anderson is the recipient of the other. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jen Hack, for the gifted memberships. We are getting closer and closer now to unlocking another emoji slot on our channel. Just a few, I don't remember exactly how many, but we're only a few members away from unlocking another custom emoji. And when that happens, you guys can decide what new emoji do you want. I thought I saw Susan calling for some kind of emoji. I missed what you were want the girls to have emoji now for the members. Poll who wants the girls to have emojis now for the members. That's fine with me. If that's the next emoji you guys want, that is totally cool. And again, I love taking requests for new custom emojis. After every stream is over, like when this stream is done, it's sometimes I can't always see everything in the live chat. But after the stream is over, I always check the comment sections the next day. So in the actual comment section when the stream ends, if anybody has any specific custom emojis that you want made, leave the suggestions in there, in that comment section. That is where I will definitely see them. I don't always see them in the live chat, especially if there's a lot of people in here saying a lot and there's a lot of messages coming through. I try to keep up on as much as I possibly can, but sometimes things get by you. But that is one place where I will always see it. So if anybody does have any specific emojis that you want for custom members, throw that suggestion in the comment section after the stream ends, and I will definitely see it tomorrow morning for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
This is something that's new to me as someone with a new channel. Like, what is this? You have to have a certain like certain parameters to unlock emojis, like create emojis.
Yeah. Once you become monetized, once the channel is monetized, then you will get the option to open up channel memberships.
Interesting.
And you become monetized after you have 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. Which usually happens tends to happen right around the same time. Usually by the time a channel gets to around 1,000 subs, usually they're probably right around the range of that 4,000 watch hours. The watch hours are much easier to get, in my opinion anyway. It took me a lot longer to get to 1,000 subs than it took me to get to the watch hours. But maybe that's because I got lucky in the beginning. I had a few videos that went pretty viral early on, so I kind of got the watch hours a little bit quicker than most channels do. So it took me a little longer to get to the 1,000 subs, but I got the watch hours pretty fast. But that is, again, I haven't checked actually in a while. That was the standard. Those were the qualifications for monetization back when I first got monetized. You needed 1,000 subs, 4,000 watch hours. And once you have that, then you can unlock the membership thing, the option for people to become members of your channel. And when you unlock the members, that's when you unlock the custom emoji option.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because it's something I was always curious about. I follow a lot of live streamers, and they're always talking about unlocking custom emojis. I'm like, what are you talking about? Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. No, it's things you start, you pick these things up as you go. Like I didn't know at first either until, you learn these things along the way. But by the time you get to 1,000 subs, I imagine you'll probably be right around 4,000 watch hours, right around the same time anyway. So you could probably do it close to all at once you get there. And you'll get there. You'll definitely get to 1,000 subs. You'll get there.
I have no idea. I mean, I had no ambition at all, like for this to turn into anything other than just be something fun to do. But it would be cool if that happened.
It's a blast. It's an absolute blast. And that's why, I mean, making a few bucks is great. Don't get me wrong, but I'm here because I'm passionate about the show. That is first and foremost for me. Making money, the idea to be able to do this full time one day is a dream. That's an absolute dream job. I would love to be able to do this full time one day. But I'm here because I'm having fun at the end of the day. I didn't start a YouTube channel in hopes of making money down the road. I started it because I just love talking about these things. I love talking about these shows. I love talking about when the channel first started, it was comics that we were predominantly talking about. I'm a huge comic book fan. Have many friends in the comic book industry. So yeah, that's kind of, that's kind of, and people start up channels for any wide variety of reasons, which is totally fine. If you're starting up a channel and your goal is to make money one day, there's nothing wrong with that. Don't let anybody tell you there's anything wrong with that at all. But yeah, for me, it was a passion thing. It was a passion project first, and it kind of just happened to take off a little bit. But I do this because I want to, because I genuinely have fun doing these live streams, filming videos, editing videos, putting them out, engaging with everybody in the comment sections, hearing everybody's thoughts and theories, and hearing everybody's criticisms as well. Like I mentioned this the other day, but I had some really good feedback in one of my comment sections in terms of someone pointing out some things that I do good on live streams and some things that people that they pointed out that I could work on in live streams. And I love getting criticism like that. It genuinely makes me feel good when someone is telling me where I can improve in certain areas, because I know there's so many ways that I can improve. I am by no means a professional streamer. I'm just a fan of a show that loves talking about it. So I love hearing the criticism. I like getting that feedback from the chat where they tell me, hey, you could probably do this a little bit better. Never hesitate to put that kind of criticism in my comment section. I genuinely welcome those kinds of comments. I never delete them. If I see them, I always answer them. And I genuinely appreciate when people, care enough to give me that kind of criticism. It tells me they at least care enough to point out, hey, you could do this a little bit better. And I'm never offended by it, ever. You develop a very thick skin becoming a YouTuber. So yeah, I welcome it. I very much welcome the criticisms and the comments of people telling me where I can maybe improve. I love that stuff. I'll never shy away from it.
Well, I mean, as long as they keep it respectful, because if they don't, I mean, if I hear about someone attacking you, I'm coming for them. I'm telling you right now. Nobody
obviously, obviously, if you get trolls that are just purposely just being assholes, yeah, those people you just ignore. But when you can tell it's coming from, a genuine place of constructive criticism, yeah, I love those comments. I don't mind them at all. But that's just me. That's just me. I know there's many ways I can improve in terms of video making and stream editing. There's always something more to learn. and that's what's fun about YouTube. You learn along the way, you get better at things along the way, and you make some awesome friends, and you create an awesome community along the way if you're lucky. And I think we've been lucky. I think we've been very lucky in terms of this channel finding some decent success pretty early on. But more importantly, it's the people that come here and hang out on a day-to-day or a weekly basis. It's all of these people in the chat, the Quan Solars, the Jen Hacks, the Susies, each and every single one of you that have been here for super long up until this point. Can't thank each and every one of you enough for all the support. You guys are exactly why I keep coming back, and why I love diving into each and every one of these shows with everybody, because it's become a pretty awesome little group that we have cultivated over here in our small little corner of the internet. So again, big thank you. I don't want to get too sappy on everybody, so I'll leave it there. But big thank you to everybody for all the support.
Well, that reminds me of something. I'm going to get a little sappy if you don't mind.
All right.
I just want to say, I just want to take the opportunity, to say thank you so very much. I mean, to every single person who showed up for me yesterday for my first video premiere. I mean, it was just surreal to see people just coming out of the woodwork with no notice at all to support me and watch this live premiere and give me such kind words, and everybody else that left, I mean, so many supportive, kind comments afterward. I just want to say thank you for all of your encouragement. And it was really just what I needed, because I'd been feeling a lot of insecurity about being a brand new content creator. I mean, with so much to learn. And
Yeah,
it
it puts you at
literally
ease a little bit when you hear that positive feedback. You think, oh, wow, well, maybe I'm not making a complete fool of myself all the time.
Right. That's exactly what it did for me. I mean, it took me 2 weeks to post that simple video because I was too nervous, and I kept redoing it over and over again. But then I put it out, and then just the support that I got, I mean, from you, Jeremy, and from every single person that showed up and offered kind words. I mean, it gave me the boost of confidence that I needed to really get going now and keep putting my ideas out there and not be so hesitant just because they're not going to be fancy looking right away. I just wanted to say it meant the world to me, just to get that reaction, and becoming a part of this community. It really changed my life this year, just being accepted and welcomed by all of you. I'm truly grateful to you, Jeremy, and to every single one of you awesome people. Fromily is really the perfect word for it. It's a family.
It's the Fromily. It is the Fromily, and I believe the actress who plays Fatima originally coined that phrase, I believe. But yeah, no, it's a super supportive group. I wasn't surprised in the slightest when I saw everybody showing up to support your first video. I had a feeling that would be the case because, again, that's just how supportive these people are. I would love to say I was surprised by that, but I'm not surprised by that because that is the kind of quality of people that hang out in these chats. They really are some of the kindest and coolest people and most supportive people that I've ever met online. And yeah, I wasn't surprised that you saw a good support like that. And I'm super pumped that your first video was a giant success like that. So yeah, keep it up. Keep it up. And if this happens to anybody else out there, sometimes I have no control over it, but yes, sometimes YouTube just deletes comments. I've heard other channels complaining about this as well, where sometimes comments will just get outright deleted either here in the live chat or in the regular comment section for like a regular video. I don't know why YouTube does it. I don't know why YouTube picks and chooses what comments to delete, or if there are quote unquote trigger words that the algorithm looks out for. But I have heard this from more than one person, not just on this channel, but on multiple channels. I've heard this from so many people that comments are just sometimes just getting deleted, and it's not by the user. So yeah, YouTube, I don't know why. I don't know what makes it happen. I don't know what causes it. But for some reason, sometimes YouTube just doesn't let certain comments get through. And that's sometimes what's wrong with the kind of the automated algorithm bot system that YouTube does employ. YouTube kind of implies this algorithm where they'll search for kind of key terms or keywords or key phrases, and to keep certain things from being put in chats, like things that I don't even want to say on a live stream that could get my channel taken down, so I don't even want to give an example. But sometimes, yes, YouTube will, for some reason, they'll delete chats every once in a while or delete comments every once in a while. I don't like it, but if it ever does happen, I am terribly sorry. It's definitely not me deleting them. I never delete comments. I welcome them all, even ones that are, criticizing me again. I try not to delete anything. The only time I'll ever delete a comment is if someone is putting something in the chat or in the comment section that could potentially harm the channel or is like blatantly outright offensive, like really offensive. Other than that, I try to let every comment come through. I want everybody to be heard. I mean, I want everybody to have their say. Whatever your opinion is, it is welcome here. As long as we do everything in a respectful manner, you guys are welcome to say anything you want about the show, the channel. I truly, I welcome it. You'll never see me censoring anybody. But no, if that happened to you, Wild Marjoram, Diesel Punk, I am terribly sorry. Yeah, sometimes I don't know why YouTube does it, but sometimes they'll delete comments for some reason. It sucks.
That's so weird. If that was on my video, I mean, I saw that person's comment, and so I don't know if it got deleted after, but it's so weird that YouTube does that. That's so strange. I know there are certain words that certain words that people are not supposed to use for some reason, so like now they have to use other words instead, so that YouTube doesn't take things down. Yeah, I won't give examples. I don't want to mess anything up, but like, yeah, it's so strange.
Yeah,
it's a shame
it's
that
like
happened.
Pi Diddley said here. It's a completely automated process. It's not someone working at YouTube deleting certain comments. It's an automated bot process that they actively search for keywords and key phrases, and they'll delete comments associated with those words or phrases sometimes. So yeah, it's not anybody physically deleting any comments. It's usually like you said, the automatic bot system. It's just the algorithm maybe messing up from time to time, and it sucks. It sucks. Some specific words get removed for some reason. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, I welcome it all, and as long as it's respectful and you guys are coming from a place of civil discourse, I very much welcome disagreements. If people disagree on theories and have kind of spirited debates back and forth in the comment section, there's nothing wrong with that. We encourage that, if anything, because I mean, there's nothing that makes a fandom more dull than everybody thinking the exact same way on everything. The diversity of thought is what makes these discussions so fun, because we're all watching the same show, yes, but we're all seeing it from our own point of view. And it's all a matter of perception. We're all going to see this show in a different light than the person next to you. And that's what makes these conversations fun, because you can kind of compare and contrast, you can agree and disagree in certain areas. But yeah, that is, if anyone ever notices comments getting deleted, it's the YouTube automated process. It's definitely not me. But it doesn't happen too often. At least I haven't really gotten many complaints of it recently. But it does still happen from time to time, and I have heard other channels say the same thing, that it happens to them as well. So it's one of those things that sucks. One of those things that sucks. Yeah, it looks like you can. If you type it and it comes through, then it is allowed. Yeah, you can type pussycats, I guess. That does seem to be allowed. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Well, guys, I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight on this Fromville Friday. I might continue the party over in our Discord, so if anyone is in the Discord and wants to come and hang out, I'm going to try and pop into the voice chat here in a little bit. And I like to wind down after the streams and, dive into my cannabis. So yeah, I'm going to try. I might pop into the Discord voice chat here in a little bit. Everybody is welcome to come and hang out there and talk from and everything else that we hang out and talk about. But can't thank each and every one of you enough. Yeah, I noticed, right? Yeah, my picture has gone away. My avatar has disappeared. I feel like I'm disappearing. I'm being pulled into Fromville, guys. I got to end the stream before I disappear entirely. But no, it's just a bad connection issue. The worst internet connection where I am, that is supposed to be getting upgraded in our whole area soon. So hopefully that gets done, and then it'll be much better. But yeah, big thank you to each and every one of you for all the support. And thank you, everybody, for showing up tonight. We had an awesome, great crowd in here tonight. Love seeing that. Usually when we get these kind of crowds when the show's actually on. So I love seeing all the people tuning in and getting ready and getting excited for From Season 3. As we are just days away now, just over a week away now, ladies and gentlemen, From Season 3 will be here. It is coming. It is coming. But again, big thank you to everybody for all the support, both here on the channel, in the Discord, everywhere else. Big thank you to everybody who has subscribed to Julie B's channel. If you haven't already, the link is in the description and it's in the chat. You can find her channel in either place. And check out her first video if you haven't already. It was a really fun one. It's been a great success so far, so that is awesome. Keep those coming, Julie. And yeah, big thank you to each and every one of you guys.
Yeah,
but
I'm
until next
planning
time,
I'm planning on dropping another one tomorrow. Actually, I that lit a fire under me, so like I'm all set to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna post it tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Again, it starts to become addicting at first. It really becomes like addictive to make videos, put them out, engage with people, have fun conversations. It does start to become a little bit of addictive at first.
Yes.
So yeah, enjoy it, have fun with it, experiment, find different things that work for you. And again, you'll find yourself and you'll find your videos getting better and better each time, for sure.
I swear to God,
Or-
as soon as I opened my eyes today, I was like, oh, I've got to get to work on the next one. Like I just felt this, this drive, this
It does that.
excitement.
It does that. It does that. I remember the feeling well, and I still get that excitement when a new show comes around. Like when we're this close to From, I still get that kind of excitement where I just can't wait to kind of go live. I can't wait to put out another video and kind of dive into some other weird, crazy theory or something like that. It's fun. It's meant to be fun at the end of the day. So that's what we try to do here. We try to have fun.
And thank you so
but
much.
yes.
Thank you so much for all your support for my channel. You have just gone above and beyond what anybody else I know would do. It's
no problem. And again, I would do it for anybody. Anybody in the chat. If anyone ever has any notion that they want to start up a YouTube channel, I will be here to offer as much advice and help as I possibly can. Again, I'm no expert by any means. I am far from an expert, but I can at least show people the basics to get you started. So if anyone ever wants to start a channel, don't hesitate to reach out to me and I will help in any way that I can. But yeah, big thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm going to probably try and go hop into the Discord here in a little bit. Everybody is welcome to come and hang out there. You'll see the watch party or the live chat channel section probably go live at some point because, again, I might hop over there and wind down for a little bit before I go to bed. Fridays are good for me because, I work pretty crazy hours. I usually have to get up around 5 a.m. Monday through Friday to go to work. But Friday and Saturday are like the only two nights that I can actually kind of stay up a little bit. And I tend to be a little more of a night owl by nature. So yeah, I am going to probably hop into the Discord here in a little bit. Everybody's welcome to come and hang out. And tomorrow night we will be live for our regular Saturday show with our pals Aldous and Snuggy. And then Sunday night, we will be finishing our From Season 2 watch party. We will be watching episodes 8, 9, and 10, the final 3 episodes of Season 2. We will be watching Sunday night in the Discord. So again, big thank you to each and every one of you for all of the support. Get out there, let everybody know that From Season 3 is just around the corner. We can see it. We can smell the rotting food from Fromville from here already, guys. It is coming. And until next time, stay safe out there, guys, in this crazy freaking world that we find ourselves in. Be kind to one another. And as always, keep those tinfoil hats on.